Chapter 957. Blue Smoke Yuanqing was in a bad mood. That wisp of emperor force was his final trump card. Once it was unleashed, even a heavenly master would be put in a difficult position. He had reserved this trump card for the outer court assessment. Now that he had used it in advance, it had been seen by Blue Smoke and many others. When the time came for the outer court assessment, many people who had seen his trump card would be on guard. Then he would lose the element of surprise. All of this was caused by Zhuowen. Therefore, Yuanqing now had the intention to kill Zhuowen. The three heavenly masters nodded respectfully and looked at Zhuowen with a grim smile. Because Yuanqing was in Zhuowen's hands, the three heavenly masters were afraid to make a move. That kind of feeling was quite sullen. Now that Yuanqing was out of danger, they could attack without any scruples. This kid in front of them dared to threaten three dignified heavenly masters. He was simply courting death. Swoosh! Swoosh! The three heavenly masters turned into three phantoms and rushed towards Zhuowen from three blind spots, blocking all of Zhuowen's escape routes. "Brother Zhuo, be careful!" Jia, Nen, and Gatha exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes were filled with resentment. The people of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty were too despicable. Not only did they fight with people of the same generation, but now that Yuanqing was defeated, they actually sent three heavenly masters to deal with him. The surrounding onlookers also revealed mocking expressions. Zhuowen's performance was indeed eye-catching, but there was no suspense at all for a mere middle-stage sovereign to face the joint forces of three heavenly sovereigns. What an unlucky kid. Blue Smoke crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a good show. He naturally didn't think that Zhuowen could withstand the joint attack of three heavenly masters. "Kid, are you regretting your rude behavior just now? If you had obediently listened to His Majesty's arrangement and become his servant, you might still have a chance to live. But now you're finished." In an instant, the three heavenly masters were already close to him. One of the heavenly masters sneered, revealing a row of white teeth. It looked extremely frightening. However, Zhuowen stood where he was calmly. There was no fear on his face. The terrifying aura emitted by the three heavenly venerates created a gust of wind that blew at Zhuowen's messy hair. "Finished? Maybe not." An indifferent voice sounded. Then, three figures suddenly shot out from behind Zhuowen. They moved as fast as lightning and protected Zhuowen. Boom, boom. The three heavenly masters who was attacking Zhuowen felt their palms were blocked by a powerful force. The heavenly masters and heavenly masters. Of the three heavenly masters. Heavenly masters, heavenly masters. What's going on? It only took a blink of an eye for the three heavenly masters to retreat. Many people didn't even see what had happened. The three heavenly masters of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty were forced to retreat. When everyone's eyes focused on Zhuowen again, they saw five figures with strong auras standing in front of Zhuowen. They were Ziyang Tianzuan and the other four heavenly masters. When Zhuowen mentioned Yuanqing, he had already informed Ziyang Tianzuan and the others to come to the deck through the mark on his hand. When Ziyang Tianzuan and the others arrived, the three heavenly masters had joined forces to besiege Zhuowen. The three heavenly masters were White Brow Holy Master, Sunset Moon Holy Master, and Yellow Jade Holy Master. "Greetings, Master." The five heavenly masters stood in front of Zhuowen. They turned around and bowed respectfully to Zhuowen. Everyone who saw this was shocked. It was normal for a genius to have the protection of an Empyrean powerhouse, but the relationship between a genius and an Empyrean powerhouse was an equal. Very few Empyreans would be willing to become the servant of a weaker martial artist. That was because the status of a servant was completely unequal. If the master wanted the servant to die, the servant had to die. This was a huge restriction on the status of a servant. Although the three heavenly masters of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty were quite respectful to Yuansheng, it was also because of Yuansheng's identity and background. They were still equal in status. But now, these five celestial lords who had appeared out of nowhere were actually respectfully addressing Zhuo Wen as their master without any complaints. This had really caused everyone's jaws to drop. Could it be that this young man's background was really extraordinary? He actually had five celestial lords as his servants. Blue Smoke, who was standing in front of the crowd, narrowed his eyes. He was quite surprised that Zhuo actually had five heavenly master servants. A wisp of light flashed across his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Yuansheng was also stunned. Obviously, he had not expected such a situation to happen. The young man, who was just an ant in his eyes, actually had five heavenly master servants. Jianan and Gatha were also stunned. When they first met Zhuo, they had noticed that Xiang Tianzuan and the other four were extraordinary. However, they did not expect that all five of them were heavenly masters. Moreover, they were also important servants of Zhuo. What is Brother Zhuo's identity? He has five heavenly master servants. This kind of treatment is not much worse than Yuansheng's. Jia, Nan, and Gatha looked at each other and revealed a look of shock. They did not expect that Zhuo actually had such a powerful force behind him. He even had the protection of five heavenly masters. Yuansheng, it seems that you have kicked an iron plate. However, I think that our third prince of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty had one of his arms chopped off in front of everyone. I don't think our third prince will be able to swallow such humiliation, right? If we don't get back at him, our Yaoguang Holy Dynasty will become a joke. Blue Smoke spoke again. However, this time, his words vaguely poked Yuansheng's sore spot, causing Yuansheng's face to turn extremely ugly. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. Blue Smoke's purpose was obviously to provoke a fight between him and Yuansheng. Blue Smoke, have you said enough? If you say another word, don't blame me for attacking you, Yuansheng said coldly. Blue Smoke's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said with a smile, Yuansheng, why do you have to vent your anger on me? Isn't it that brat who made you like this? What's the use of getting angry at me? Or are you, Yuansheng, afraid and want to retreat? Shut your dog mouth. Do I need you to tell me what to do? Yuansheng said coldly to Blue Smoke. Then he glared fiercely at Zhuo and said, You're just a coward who relies on the strength of five celestial masters. If my two uncles didn't take my eldest brother and second brother to Jiaxing, first, the five celestial masters would just be a joke. You said that I'm a coward who only knows how to hide behind the celestial masters. Then, how good are you? You can't defeat me, but you sent three celestial masters to encircle me. Do you think that's a glorious thing? Zhuo sneered coldly. However, his heart was filled with vigilance. The foundation of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty was very deep. From the words of the Yuan sage just now, it could be inferred that the Yuan sage had two elder brothers who were much stronger than him. Moreover, the two uncles he mentioned, Zhuo suspected that they were two Emperor realm experts. After all, the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's foundation was much stronger than the Qing Xian Empire and Yan Xian Empire. It was impossible for there to be only one Emperor realm expert. Yuansheng's eyes were cold, and he said, Humph, don't let me see you again during the outer courtyard assessment, or I'll make you die a horrible death. After saying that, Yuansheng left the deck with the three celestial masters and returned to the special cabin. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Zhuo, and he couldn't regain his face. Naturally, he didn't want to stay on the deck any longer. The foundation of these holy dynasties is really extraordinary. The medicine that Yuanqing used to regrow his severed arm is probably not ordinary. Your Qingxian Empire has never seen such a miraculous thing. Xiao Hei's voice resounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen rolled his eyes at her, but he didn't say anything. Yuanqing really had a lot of trump cards, especially that monarch Qi. It was especially terrifying. Zhuowen discovered that Yuanqing's monarch Qi was much stronger than Emperor Qing's. It probably wasn't something that a low-level Emperor realm expert could possess. It was very likely that it was the monarch Qi of a mid-level Emperor realm expert. However, Yuanqing obviously cherished that strand of monarch Qi. After using it to escape from Zhuowen's hand, he immediately kept it. Obviously, the monarch Qi should be used up, and Yuanqing didn't want to waste it. Originally, Yuanqing thought that the 3 celestial masters would be enough to kill Zhuowen. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Zhuowen still had 5 celestial masters behind him. Many cultivators on the deck pointed at Zhuowen, their eyes filled with fear. A person who could have 5 celestial masters as his servants must have a powerful background. Therefore, they were naturally foolish enough to provoke Zhuowen. Deng, deng, deng. The crisp sound of footsteps could be heard, startling Zhuowen out of his thoughts. Lifting his head slightly, Zhuowen saw a smiling young face. Zhuowen wasn't unfamiliar with this face. It was actually Blue Smoke, who had provoked Yuanqing with his words just now. Blue Smoke's face was filled with a warm smile. He walked naturally to Zhuowen, as if they were old friends. Just now, he had been inciting Yuanqing to kill Zhuowen. Hypocrite! Zhuowen secretly defined Blue Smoke in his heart. This Blue Smoke was definitely a shrewd person, so Zhuowen was still very wary of him. What's the matter? Zhuowen asked coldly. Blue Smoke's footsteps stiffened, but he soon calmly stood in front of Zhuowen, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, I really didn't expect this brother's strength to be so great. You even have 5 celestial master servants following behind you. I'm afraid this brother's background isn't simple, right? This one is Blue Smoke, the son of a marquis of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. May I know this brother's name, and which holy dynasty you come from? After all, you don't look familiar to me, Blue Smoke said with a smile. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he said, I'm just a wandering cloud and a wild crane. This one's background can't compare to Sir Blue Smoke's. Of course, my strength is also far inferior, so there's no need to mention me. After saying that, Zhuowen didn't wait for Blue Smoke to speak and walked past him. He had no intention of continuing the conversation with Blue Smoke. Chapter 958. Discussion. The deck of the World's Edge sailboat was very large. Although the battle between Zhuowen and Yuanqing had caused quite a stir, only the cultivators on the deck knew about it. Moreover, most of the people on the World's Edge sailboat this time were geniuses who were participating in the outer court assessment of Fine God Academy. Geniuses were usually proud and arrogant, and it was common for them to prove their strength through battles. Therefore, the commotion caused by the battle between Zhuowen and Yuanqing gradually died down after everyone discussed it for a while. Young master, this person is so rude. He dares to look down on you just because he has 5 heavenly venerables? Doesn't he know that 5 heavenly venerables are nothing in front of our Blue Whale Holy Dynasty? The 2 heavenly venerables behind Blue Smoke revealed a trace of anger when they saw Zhuowen's rude behavior. Blue Smoke shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. I'm just curious about this kid's background. Not to mention the 5 heavenly venerables behind him, just the fact that he can make an early golden venerate Yuanqing look so miserable. This kid is definitely not simple. This kid's battle strength is indeed extraordinary, but compared to young master, he's still lacking. After all, if you were to fight with Yuanqing, you would only need a few moves to defeat Yuanqing. The 2 heavenly venerables flattered. The corners of Blue Smoke's mouth rose slightly, and he said indifferently, "Of course, my opponents are merely the top geniuses of the 7 major forces. Although this kid is not bad, he's still not qualified to be my opponent." The 2 heavenly venerables nodded. Blue Smoke's talent in the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty was obvious to all. With his lowly status as the son of a noble, he faced difficulties step by step, suppressing many princes and chasing after the Holy Dynasty's crown prince. What kind of glory was that? Let's go. Whether he's a dragon or a snake, we can only prove it in the outer court assessment. Blue Smoke silently glanced at Zhuowen's back, then left the deck with the 2 heavenly venerables. At this moment, Zhuowen had already left the deck with Ziyang Tianzuan and arrived at the northern part of the deck. There were fewer people there, and it was quieter. The 2 little fellows, Jianan and Jia Sha, followed behind Zhuowen. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Zhuowen's performance just now was too shocking. The Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's 3rd prince, Yuanqing, had come aggressively to denounce and provoke Zhuowen. But not only did he fail, but Zhuowen's heavenly venerables, he had even lost. The 3 great heavenly venerates of the Alcade sacred dynasty wanted to bully the weak, but had never expected that Zhuowen would have 5 great heavenly venerates behind him. The Yuan sage was once again defeated. "Brother Zhuo, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You have 5 heavenly venerables protecting you. The force behind you must be very powerful, right?" Kanan asked excitedly. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on Zhuo Wenlu's face as he gazed at Jia Nan's excited and clear eyes. Jia Nan is really naive. He actually casually asked such private questions. However, Zhuowen also knew that this was Kanan's nature, so he didn't mind too much. Instead, he smiled and said, "You can understand it that way. But this time, the outer court recruitment of excellent God Academy doesn't depend on how strong the force behind you is, but on your own strength and potential." It was too troublesome to explain the origins of Ziyang Tianzuan and the other heavenly venerables, so Zhuowen didn't plan to go into detail. He just wanted Kanan and Gatha to think that the 5 heavenly venerables were sent by the force behind him to protect him. I must enter excellent God Academy this time. Once I succeed, I will return to the far west with my sister to revive our family. Kanan nodded and said proudly, "Revive our family." Zhuowen nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He also wanted to revive his family. Fortunately, he had arranged for the Zhuo family members to stay in the Azure Dragon Hall. The Azure Dragon Hall was surrounded by the Azure Dragon's source energy. The source energy was extremely beneficial to a warrior's cultivation. In addition, the Zhuo family was a descendant of the Ryuka from 10,000 years ago. Perhaps they could use the Azure Dragon's source energy to awaken their own dragon soul. Zhuowen was very clear about the strength of a dragon soul. Even if it was a low-level dragon soul, the power it could display was much stronger than an ordinary armor soul. If many members of the Zhuo family awakened their dragon soul, their strength would increase greatly. After staying on the deck for a while, Kanan and Gatha wanted to go back to rest, so Zhuowen had Ziyang Tianzuan and the other heavenly venerables accompany them back to the 3rd-class cabin. He remained on the deck, silently looking at the terrible weather outside. "Brother Zhuo, I didn't expect you to come to the deck for a breath of fresh air. What a coincidence." A familiar voice sounded. Zhuowen turned his head and saw Mo Lingtian walking towards him with a smile on his face. "What a coincidence." Zhuowen nodded and said with a faint smile. Mo Lingtian came to Zhuowen's side and followed Zhuowen's gaze. He also noticed the spectacular weather above the Bitter Sea and said, "Just now, Ling Tian heard that a young man fought with Yuanqing on the deck and actually cut off one of Yuanqing's arms." Yuan Sheng of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty was flustered and exasperated. He actually sent 3 heavenly venerables to deal with that young man. However, that young man actually had 5 heavenly venerables as his servants, causing Yuan Sheng to return in defeat. Mo Lingtian looked at Zhuowen with a smile. In fact, when he heard the rumor, he suspected that the young man who fought with Yuan Sheng should be Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen also had 5 heavenly venerables as his guards. Zhuowen nodded and said indifferently, "It was Yuan Sheng and the others who provoked me first. They deserve to be humiliated." Mo Lingtian's heart trembled. The young man in the rumor was indeed Zhuowen. Yuan Sheng was an early-stage golden venerable genius, and a genius of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. His combat strength was definitely more terrifying than ordinary golden venerables. However, Zhuowen still managed to cut off one of his arms. Obviously, Zhuowen, whose cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the venerable realm, was even more terrifying. Mo Lingtian could do the same as a supreme venerate. However, Mo Lingtian knew that if he did not pay a certain price, it would be impossible for him to win against an early-stage golden venerate martialist. If Mo Lingtian were to fight with Yuan Sheng, he knew that he wouldn't be a match for Yuan Sheng. After all, they were both geniuses, and their combat strength couldn't be measured by cultivation alone. Mo Lingtian's cultivation was only at the peak of the venerable realm, which was weaker than Yuan Sheng. However, Zhuowen was able to cut off one of Yuan Sheng's arms. Even Mo Lingtian was shocked. Brother Zhua is indeed extraordinary. Defeating a golden venerable while at the venerable realm is something only the top geniuses of the Holy Dynasty can do. However, Brother Zhua isn't any worse than those top geniuses. Mo Lingtian sighed. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Actually, it's just a fluke." Mo Lingtian took a deep look at Zhuowen. He knew that Zhuowen didn't want to talk about this topic, so he didn't mention it again. "Brother Mo, you are a prince of the Yan Xian dynasty. Do you know the details of the outer courtyard examination of the Jiaxin Academy?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. Mo Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Jiaxin Academy doesn't recruit students at a fixed time. As for the specific examination, it's different every time. I remember that the last time they recruited students was more than 10 years ago. Although the assessment is different every year, the format has never changed. There are 3 stages to the outer courtyard's assessment. The first stage is the basic stage. This basic stage has never changed. It tests bone age, cultivation base, and aptitude. Hearing that, Zhuowen was immediately interested and asked, "It actually tests bone age, cultivation, and aptitude. Are there any special requirements for these 3 aspects?" Of course there are. The minimum requirement to enter the outer courtyard is that you must be under 25 years old and have a cultivation of the Xuanzun realm. In the past, there was no lack of cultivators who came to take advantage of the situation. Although these cultivators were strong, they would still be rejected by the Jiaxin Academy. Mo Lingtian nodded and said. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the selection process of the Jiaxin Academy was quite principled. However, it was also true. A cultivator's potential would explode at the age of 25. If they were nurtured well during this period, their future would be limitless. However, after the age of 25, their potential had already been set. Even if they had a high cultivation, their future achievements wouldn't be too high. The Jiaxin Academy obviously didn't want to waste time on such old cultivators. This was also why most of the cultivators who came to the Jiaxin Academy to participate in the examination were young cultivators. Moreover, all of them were geniuses. After all, to be able to reach the cultivation of the Xuanzun realm before the age of 25, there weren't many geniuses in the Xian dynasty who were able to do so. Those who were able to do so were basically heaven-sent geniuses. And these heaven-sent geniuses in the Xian dynasty had become the minimum requirement for the Jiaxin Academy's enrollment. It could be seen how harsh the Jiaxin Academy's enrollment requirements were. As for aptitude, it's actually a cultivator's potential. The higher the aptitude, the greater the potential. This thing is originally an illusory thing and is simply hard to define. However, for a cultivator to reach the cultivation of the Xuanzuan realm before the age of 25, their aptitude wouldn't be bad. Therefore, this test is rather useless in the basic mode. Mo Lingtian continued. Zhuowen nodded and continued to ask, "Brother Mo, what are the 2 levels after the basic mode?" Mo Lingtian's mouth was full of bitterness as he said, "The last 2 levels of the test are the outer court's secret. Moreover, every time there's an enrollment, it will change. As for what kind of test it is, it's impossible for us to know. After all, if we knew the contents of the last 2 tests, as long as we came prepared, our chances of passing the test would greatly increase. The Jiaxin Academy wouldn't let this happen." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. However, he also understood that the last 2 tests were the most important criteria for the Jiaxin Academy's outer court enrollment. Only those who performed well in the last 2 tests would have a chance of entering the outer court. Chapter 959. Arriving at Jiaxin Island in the boundless sea of bitterness, terrifying black waves rolled and soared into the sky. It was as if there was a huge black dragon hidden in the sea of bitterness, roaring and tossing on the surface of the sea from time to time. It was a magnificent scene. Whoosh! A huge sailboat broke through the countless black waves like a bolt of lightning, passing through the countless waves and sweeping into the distance. On the other side of the Sea of Bitterness, a vast piece of land was faintly discernible in the black waves. It seemed so close yet so far away. When the boundless sailboat gradually approached the piece of land, many cultivators on the deck also started to notice the faintly discernible piece of land in the distance. When the sailboat was 10 miles away from the piece of land, many cultivators on the deck realized that the piece of land was actually an island. It was just that the island was too huge. If they didn't observe it closely, they wouldn't have realized that it was just a huge island floating in the Sea of Bitterness. Is the outer courtyard of the Jiaxin Academy. On this island, many cultivators couldn't help muttering as they stared at the huge island before them. The Jiaxin Academy was an extremely mysterious existence to the cultivators of the eastern lands on the other side of the Sea of Bitterness. The 9 Netherworld realm was even more mysterious and illusory. It was rumored that the 9 Netherworld realm existed in the deepest part of the Sea of Bitterness. However, the Sea of Bitterness was boundless, with no end in sight. Even the boundless sailboat in the desolate ancient city might not be able to reach the end of the Sea of Bitterness. In other words, it was unrealistic to rely on oneself to find the 9 Netherworld realm. If outsiders wanted to enter the 9 Netherworld realm, they would have to be led by someone from the 9 Netherworld realm. Outsiders wouldn't be able to find the entrance to the 9 Netherworld realm. Jian Mu, who had relied on his own strength to cross the Sea of Bitterness, should be a cultivator from the 9 Netherworld realm. Crossing the Sea of Bitterness meant returning to the 9 Netherworld realm alone. Other than having a cultivator from the 9 Netherworld realm lead the way, there was another method, which was to enter the 9 Netherworld realm through the outer courtyard of the Jiaxin Academy. This could be considered as a shortcut to enter the 9 Netherworld realm. At this moment, the Flame Emperor, Zhuowen, and the other geniuses of the Yen-Xian Empire were gathered on the deck. Their gazes were all looking at the huge island before them, with hope in their eyes. They were about to arrive at the Divine Institute, This was the thought in the hearts of many martial artists. Who would have thought that the Divine College would be located on an island? Also, this bitter sea is really huge, as far as the eye can see. Five Elements Sex K2 said, casually, the sea of bitterness is boundless, and no one knows how big it is. Moreover, in this huge sea of bitterness, there isn't just this one island in front of us. There are many other islands. This boundless sailboat can carry tens of thousands of people. Not all of them will go to the island of Fine God Academy, but some will go to other islands. The Flame Emperor explained faintly, which piqued the curiosity of Zhuowen and the rest. They did not expect that there was more than one island in the Sea of Misery. It seemed that the Sea of Misery was not as simple as they had imagined. Zhuowen nodded in agreement. In the 3 days that he had been in the third-class cabin, he had seen many older martial artists. There were even some martial artists who were carrying some specialties and items from the outside world. The goal of these martial artists was definitely not the Divine College, but the other islands. Perhaps they were bringing the items from the outside world to the other islands to trade for things like spirit stones. After all, the outside world was much bigger than the Sea of Misery, and there were many different types of items. Looking at the Bitter Sea, it was a barren land, and there were not many martial artists. Naturally, it was not as rich as the outside world. If they were to sell the items on the other islands, the price would be several times higher. While Zhuowen's attention was on the island in front of them, a cold gaze was cast on Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen's gaze to freeze. He turned his head and met the gaze of the owner of the cold gaze. The owner of the gaze was no stranger to Zhuowen. It was the third prince of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty, Yuansheng, who had a conflict with Zhuowen 3 days ago. Seeing Zhuowen looking over, Yuansheng's gaze was cold, and he immediately turned his head away. Zhuowen's eyes flashed coldly. If this Yuansheng did not know what was good for him and provoked him again, Zhuowen did not mind eliminating the source of trouble. Although the emperor's aura on Yuansheng's body was terrifying, it could only threaten ordinary heavenly masters. If Zhuowen was in his demon state, he would not be afraid of the emperor's aura at all. Whoosh! When the ship was 3 miles away from the island, a figure suddenly rushed out from the cabin below the ship. He stepped on the void and came to the deck, a pair of sharp eyes staring at the island in front of him. This person was about 40 years old, and he was dressed in coarse clothes. He looked ordinary, but the aura he exuded made many people tremble. This person was definitely a terrifying Emperor Realm Master. Drop the anchor. When the ship was 1 mile away from the island, the master floating above the deck finally spoke. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying yuan power surged out and turned into 8 huge palms. Like the tentacles of an octopus, they swept towards the ship in all directions. Clang! The sound of chains colliding rang out. Then, the 8 palms pulled out 8 huge anchors from the ship's surface. The 8 palms exerted force, and the 8 thick anchors were plunged into the water. Buzz! 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 A loud sound of friction rang out, and the boundless ship's speed gradually came to a stop. At this moment, they were only half a mile away from the island. On the shore of the island, there was already a group of people wearing the same uniform waiting. They were probably the people from the Fine God Academy who had come to receive the geniuses. Open the seal and lower the viaduct. The Emperor Realm Master in the air roared again. The purple halo above the deck faded, and a half-mile-long viaduct was formed in front of the ship. We have arrived at the Fine God Island. Our destination is the outer court of the Fine God Academy. Passengers may disembark. Remember, you must walk on the viaduct. Once these words were spoken, some of the young martial artists were already impatient. They did not follow the Emperor Realm Master's words and directly flew towards the shore. Ah, Suddenly, 3 screams rang out. The first 3 young martial artists who flew out seemed to be affected by a terrifying gravitational force the moment they stepped off the ship. One after another, they fell into the bitter sea. When they fell into the bitter sea, a terrifying corrosive force spread throughout their bodies, making them unable to resist. Their bodies were slowly corroded from their feet to their bodies. Finally, they turned into a pool of black water. Hiss, hiss. Gasps could be heard one after another. Originally, there were many cultivators at the back who thought it was troublesome and wanted to directly cross the sea of bitterness to reach the shore. But now all of them stopped in their tracks, their legs trembling, and they didn't dare to take another step. The bitter sea is a cursed sea. Above the bitter sea, there is an extremely terrifying gravitational force. Martial artists below the Emperor realm who wish to fly above the bitter sea are simply courting death. The Emperor realm master hovering above the deck glanced indifferently at the martial artists who had turned into 3 pools of black water. He slowly opened his mouth and continued, "Even Emperor realm masters will not be able to hold on for long if they fall into the bitter sea. If you think you are strong enough, you can fly like the 3 people just now. There is no need to walk on the viaduct." As soon as these words were spoken, many people cursed in their hearts. 3 exalted realm cultivators had died for no reason. With such a precedent, how could they possibly treat their own lives as a joke? Hence, the martial artists on the deck followed the viaduct in an orderly manner and slowly walked down the shore. The Flame Emperor also brought Zhuowen, Mo Lingtian, and the rest. They blended in with the crowd, looking very ordinary. After all the martial artists on the deck had disembarked, the Emperor Realm Master on the deck shouted again, and steered the boundless sailboat towards the other islands. Once the boundless sailboat left, everyone's gaze landed on the group of people wearing uniforms on the shore. They knew that this group of people should be the martial artists sent by the Divine Academy to receive them. However, what surprised everyone was that this group of 20 people were all at the Heavenly Venerate realm. The weakest was at the initial stage of the Heavenly Venerate realm, while the strongest was at the peak of the Heavenly Venerate realm. Moreover, these 20 people were not old. The average age was no more than 30 years old. They should be students from the Outer Academy. This group of people was led by a man and a woman. The man was cultured and elegant, and his actions were appropriate. The woman was charming and had good looks. They could be considered a perfect match. The man walked forward with a smile and said, "You must be the juniors who came from the outside world to participate in the Outer Academy assessment. My name is Chung Dong, and I'm likely to become the senior of many of you. This time, the Outer Academy sent me to receive you. So it's Senior Chung Dong. When I was in the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty, I often heard of Senior Chung Dong's name. You are a genius on the Heavenly Venerate list." Chung Dong's eyes lit up. He stared at Yuan Sheng and said, "You are from the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty? How are Yuan Zhao and Yuan Kong related to you?" Yuan Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "They are my brothers. Yuan Zhao is my eldest brother, and Yuan Kong is my second brother." So that's how it is. Your eldest brother and second brother are very talented. In the test a few days ago, their results were very good, and they were crowned as monsters. It's worth mentioning that your eldest brother, Yuan Zhao, is very talented. I believe it won't be long before he can enter the Heavenly Venerate list, Chung Dong suddenly said with a smile. Eldest brother and second brother both passed the test. Yuan Sheng's face flushed red, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Many cultivators in the surroundings looked at them with envy. The Yaoguang Holy Dynasty was indeed worthy of being one of the 7 strongest forces in the outside world. Yuan Zhao and Yuan Kong's talents were actually praised by Chung Dong. Moreover, this Yuanqing's talent was also not weak. It was likely that he would also be able to enter the Outer Academy. Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's Blue Smoke greets Senior Chengdong. Chapter 960. Arcane Heavenly Master. Oh, you're from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty? Your Blue Whale Holy Dynasty isn't bad either. The Blue Whale Crown Prince from a few days ago also performed well in the test. His talent isn't any weaker than Yuan Zhao's. You should perform well too. Chengdong looked at Blue Smoke and smiled. The Crown Prince is the son of the Holy Dynasty's emperor. Blue Smoke can't compare to him. Being able to enter the outer court is already Blue Smoke's greatest satisfaction. Blue Smoke cupped his hands and said ambiguously. However, when Chengdong mentioned the Blue Whale Crown Prince, Blue Smoke's eyes flashed with sharpness. Clearly, he was just being polite when he said that he couldn't compare to the Blue Whale Crown Prince. Chengdong nodded. His gaze once again landed on the other two groups of people in the crowd. One of them was wearing a fiery red long robe with a cluster of flames embroidered on their robes. Moreover, the strange thing was that the flames suddenly became like real flames. They continuously danced and burned, emitting a scorching heat. Many cultivators nearby couldn't stand the high temperature and avoided this group of people. You're from the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty, right? Chengdong asked with a smile. This group of people cupped their hands at Chengdong. A young man with fiery red hair smiled and said, Senior Chengdong really has sharp eyes. I'm Fenji from the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty. Chengdong waved his hand and said with a smile, It's not that I have sharp eyes, but the symbol on your robes is too obvious. It's hard not to connect you to the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty. The group of people standing on the other side of the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty slowly walked out. This group of people was as thick as monsters, especially their arms, which were almost as thick as an ordinary person's thigh. Yuan Tong from the Divine Arm Holy Dynasty greets Senior Chengdong. A robust young man with dark skin cupped his hands at Chengdong and smiled. The smile on his face looked very simple and honest. Chengdong nodded and said meaningfully, This class is really coincidental. The people of the 4 great sacred dynasties from the outside world came together. And yesterday, the disciples of the Myriad Sword Sect, Cold Moon Palace, and Yellow Mystic Sect also came together. Humph! Their sect doesn't want to be associated with our Holy Dynasty's people, so they chose to travel on a ship that was 1 shift earlier than ours. Yuan Tong shrugged, helplessly. Chengdong nodded. Clearly, he was aware of the grudges between the 4 great sacred dynasties and the 3 great sects, so he didn't dwell on this topic. Instead, he waved his hand and said, Follow me to the outer courtyard. Once you're there, you can take the basic test. After saying that, Chengdong and the group of 20 people walked along the main road ahead. Behind them, nearly 1,000 cultivators looked at each other and followed behind Chengdong. Zhuowen glanced at the people of the Divine Arm Holy Dynasty and the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty. These 2 holy dynasties were extremely low-key, and when Chengdong mentioned the people of these 2 holy dynasties, he wasn't as close as he was to Yuansheng and Blue Smoke. Chengdong's different treatment made Zhuowen realize that the foundation of the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty and the Divine Arm Holy Dynasty should be ranked at the bottom of the 4 great sacred dynasties. Moreover, the more famous geniuses of these 2 holy dynasties were only Yuan Tong and Fenji. They weren't like the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and the Alcade Holy Dynasty. However, even so, Yuan Tong and Fenji's cultivation were very strong. At the very least, they were at the Golden Venerable realm. Moreover, the foundation of a holy dynasty like this was usually extremely rich. They probably had extremely powerful trump cards on them. making them much more difficult to deal with than ordinary cultivators. This island is called Excellent God Island. I think everyone has heard of this name before. It's named after our Excellent God Academy. Chung Dong walked in front and introduced the Excellent God Island to the many cultivators behind him in a clear voice. Moreover, from his appearance, it seemed that he was very proud of being able to become a member of the Excellent God Academy. There was a trace of pride between his brows from time to time. Of course, it wasn't just Chung Dong. The other 20 students of the Excellent God Academy who came with Chung Dong had proud expressions on their faces. They weren't any weaker than Chung Dong's. The Excellent God Island is 100,000 miles wide. There are countless peaks and mountain ranges. Moreover, what's even rarer is that there is a huge yuan vein on this Excellent God Island. The cultivation speed in the Excellent God Academy is several times faster than the outside world. All of this is because of the yuan vein on the island. Chung Dong continued his introduction. Yuan vein? I didn't expect that the Excellent God Island would contain a yuan vein. No wonder the geniuses who entered the Excellent God Academy all have terrifying strength and monstrous battle prowess after learning something. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He naturally knew about yuan veins. Yuan veins contained extremely pure yuan qi. This pure yuan qi didn't need to be overly refined by cultivators and could be directly transformed into yuan qi. Generally, when cultivators absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth, they would need to undergo refinement before they could transform it into yuan qi. Therefore, cultivators would need to spend a large amount of time to refine the impurities in the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Only then would they feel at ease transforming the yuan qi into yuan qi and storing it in their dantian. However, the pure yuan qi within the yuan vein didn't have any impurities. Cultivators didn't need to spend too much time refining the yuan qi within the yuan vein. They could directly absorb the yuan qi and refine it into yuan qi. Without a doubt, cultivators who relied on the yuan vein to cultivate would have a much faster cultivation speed. This was also a shortcut to increasing one's cultivation in a short period of time. Looking at the amazed expressions of the people behind him, the corners of Chung Dong's mouth curled up. He was naturally very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Our Excellent God Academy's outer court is located in a city in the center of the island. Of course, there are other cities on the Excellent God Island, but they aren't as strong as our Excellent God Academy. As Chung Dong spoke, he led everyone to soar into the sky. He pointed to the center of the island and continued, "That city is the main city of the Excellent God Academy." Everyone looked over. What entered their eyes was a huge city that was as terrifying as a giant beast. The surface of the city was emitting a milky white light. The milky white light was like a steaming fog. It floated in the air and formed a funnel-like white cyclone. Everyone was very familiar with the milky white light. It was the yuan qi. Only extremely pure yuan qi would emit a milky white light. It was very obvious that within the main city of the Excellent God Academy, there was a huge yuan vein. The milky white yuan qi was extracted from the yuan vein. Other than the huge city in the center, there were other cities in the surroundings of the main city of the Excellent God Academy. There were many cities of different sizes scattered around the area. In the process of passing through these cities, you have to be careful at all times. You have to reveal your identity as a student of the Excellent God Academy. Otherwise, you will be easily attacked by them. Now, follow me closely. If you lose track of me, you will be killed by the warriors in the nearby cities. Chung Dong cautioned them. He floated in the air and flew forward at a constant speed. Everyone behind felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed that the Excellent God Island wasn't as safe as they had imagined. If they couldn't reveal their identity as a student of the Excellent God Academy, they would be killed as a foreign species. Follow closely. The Flame Emperor reminded Zhuowen, Emolingtian, and the others. The group silently followed behind the large group. Sure enough, when the group flew past a nearby city, a group of warriors rushed out from the city and stared at them vigilantly. However, these people quickly saw that Chengdong and the others were wearing the uniform of the Excellent God Academy. They didn't make a move. Moreover, the warriors in these cities were very strong. Although there weren't any Emperor Realm experts, there were quite a few Golden Exalts and Heavenly Exalts. Most of the people who came to take the test were from the Xuanzuan realm. There weren't many Supreme Exalted geniuses. As for Golden Exalts, there were probably only geniuses from the 4 great sacred dynasties. There weren't any Heavenly Exalts among the 1,000 people. This Excellent God Island is really mysterious. There are so many experts. Kanan and Gatha followed beside Zhuowen. Kanan couldn't help but murmur in excitement. After 3 days of interaction, Zhuowen naturally recognized Kanan and Gatha's character. In addition, it was very likely that Kanan had the undying armor soul. Therefore, Zhuowen wanted to befriend Kanan and Gatha. Therefore, the 2 siblings were quite dependent on Zhuowen. Moreover, the 2 siblings knew that Zhuowen came from the Qingxian Empire. Although the Qingxian Empire was much stronger than the Far West land, it was still lacking compared to the 4 great holy empires and the 3 great sects. As long as you enter the Excellent God Academy, you can also reach that height, or even stronger, Zhuowen said with a smile. I will. Kanan raised his fist and nodded. Whoosh! After a while, Chengdong led the group and landed in the main city of the Excellent God Academy. As soon as they stepped into the main city, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that the Yuan Qi here was dozens of times denser than other places on the Excellent God Island. There should be a powerful arcanist in the outer courtyard who set up such a Yuan Qi gathering array. It can gather most of the Yuan Qi in the underground Yuan vein in the main city for the students of the Excellent God Academy to cultivate. Xiaohei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Zhuowen nodded. He was, after all, a grade 5 Great Perfection Arcanist. Naturally, he could feel the strong spiritual fluctuations in the primary gathering array. The spiritual fluctuations were even stronger than Elder Shiwan's. It was likely that the arcanist who set up the primary gathering array had a stronger spiritual power than Elder Shiwan. Elder Shiwan was a complete grade 6 arcanist. An arcanist who was stronger than the former could only be a legendary grade 7 arcanist. If the arcanist who set up this Yuan Qi gathering array is really a grade 7 arcanist, then it's really amazing. This is more terrifying than an ordinary Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, grade 7 arcanists have another title, which is Arcanist Heavenly Master. In a sense, the grade 7 Yuan Qi gathering array set up by Arcanist Heavenly Master is a terrifying formation that is comparable to a demonic weapon. Xiaohei's voice became serious. It was obvious that the Arcanist Heavenly Master he mentioned should be an extremely powerful existence. Chapter 9, 61. Blood Drop Test the Crowd landed in an extremely spacious square. At this moment, the square was filled with a sea of people and was filled with noise. Moreover, they realized that most of the people in the square were young warriors. Obviously, the warriors in the square were basically geniuses from other regions who had come to participate in the entrance test. Although Chengdong's arrival with nearly 1,000 people attracted a lot of attention, the area of the square was too big, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Compared to the 1,000 people Chengdong had brought, it was like a small child in the presence of an adult. Therefore, the crowd in the square only glanced at the crowd behind Chengdong before they quickly retracted their gazes and hurriedly lined up to take the test. The family members, elders, or servants of the warriors who are taking the test, please wait there. You are not allowed to approach the test area without permission. After landing in the square, Chung Dong pointed to the empty space on the other side of the square and spoke to the crowd behind him. At this moment, there were many older warriors standing on the empty space. They were probably the warriors who had accompanied the warriors who were taking the test. Zhuowen turned around and said to Zhang Tianzuan and the other 4 who were standing respectfully behind him, "The 5 of you can go to the empty space and wait there first." When Zhang Tianzuan and the other 4 heard this, they nodded and walked straight to the empty space. The other people who had accompanied the warriors in the group also left. Among them, Yin Di gave some instructions to the crowd and did not stay for long. The group of nearly 1,000 people had shrunk by 2/3, leaving only about 300 people. Follow me to the registration area in front of the square. However, there will be a basic test waiting for you there. Of course, if anyone wants to fish in troubled waters, I think they should give up on that idea as soon as possible. Chung Dong glanced at the crowd, then waved his sleeves and led the crowd to the front of the square. At the end of the square, there were many counters. Behind each counter stood an expressionless young man in a long black robe. On each counter, there was a palm-sized blood-colored crystal. No one knew what it was for. Chung Dong led everyone to the back of one of the counters. This counter also had the fewest number of people in line. However, this was relative. Zhuowen estimated that there were at least 800 to 900 people in front of this line, including the 300 new members that joined them. There were almost 1,200 people in line. There are so many people. Zhuowen frowned and muttered in a low voice, "This is very normal. After all, the Divine Institute's reputation in the outside world is too great. Moreover, the Eastern Lands is vast, and there are countless warriors. Every time the Divine Institute recruits students, the scene would be similar." Mo Lingtian, who was standing beside Zhuowen, laughed softly. Xianxing, K2, and Zue Qingfeng followed behind Mo Lingtian. After all, Mo Lingtian was the true number 1 among the younger generation of the Yanxian Empire. Although Zhuowen's strength wasn't much weaker than Mo Lingtian's, Zhuowen wasn't someone from the Yanxian Empire. Naturally, they couldn't completely trust Zhuowen. "That's right. It'll be dark before it's our turn." Zhuowen shrugged and said without a care, "A martial artist's cultivation was measured by months and years. To be able to become a genius martial artist, their patience was not bad. This kind of waiting would not make them feel too impatient. 23 years old, Xuanzuan Realm's early stage, pass. 22 years old, Xuanzuan Realm's late stage, pass. 22 years old, Sovereign Realm's early stage, not bad, pass. 30 years old, Xuanzuan Realm's early stage. Uncle, you're already 25 years old, but you're only at the early stage of the Xuanzuan Realm's early stage. Don't you feel ashamed? You're not qualified. Scram. 23 years old, half step into the Xuanzuan Realm. Brother, don't embarrass yourself with your cultivation. Scram. The examiner at the front was like the strictest judge as he announced the results of the test. Naturally, there were people who were happy and people who were worried. In particular, some older martial artists who wanted to take advantage of the situation, or martial artists whose cultivation did not pass the test, were mercilessly exposed by the testers. This made them feel ashamed as they quickly left the square. What surprised Zhuowen was that there were quite a number of such people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. There was a tendency for them to take advantage of the situation, which annoyed the examiner to no end. Once, he even seriously injured one of the people who wanted to take advantage of the situation as an example to others. As the team moved forward, it was Zhuowen's turn soon. These 300 people had all set off from the ancient barren city together. Although there were some people who wanted to take advantage of the situation, they were much fewer than the previous team. 22 years old, initial Golden Venerate realm, you're not bad, pass. Suddenly, the examiner at the front raised his voice and attracted the attention of many people. Even the warriors at the other counters noticed Zhuowen's team, and their eyes fell on the figure in front of them. Zhuowen was naturally familiar with this person. He was Yuansheng, the third prince of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty. He was able to reach the initial Golden Venerate realm at the age of 22. His talent was indeed extraordinary. The examiner's gaze softened. Yuansheng raised his chin high, obviously enjoying the attention from the surrounding people. Then, like a proud peacock, he walked towards the candidate selection hall behind the counter. Behind Yuansheng was Blue Smoke of the Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty. Blue Smoke still had a warm smile on his face. Under the guidance of the examiner, he cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the blood-red crystal. Whoosh! An extremely dazzling light gushed out. Then the examiner looked at Blue Smoke in surprise and said loudly, "You're very good. 23 years old. Late Golden Venerate realm. Pass." Whoosh! As soon as the examiner landed, many people in the surroundings looked over again. This team in front of them was somewhat extraordinary. It hadn't been long since the test started, and 2 Golden Venerate realm geniuses had already been tested. However, the shocking results were yet to come. Yuan Tong of the Divine Arms Sacred Dynasty and Fenji of the Burning Flame Sacred Dynasty were both in the Golden Venerate realm. Yuan Tong was in the Middle Golden Venerate realm, while Fenji and Blue Smoke were in the Late Golden Venerate realm. For Golden Venerate realm geniuses had appeared consecutively. The examiner at the counter couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. As for the other cultivators in the queue, they were all dumbfounded. They subconsciously thought that they were hallucinating. Those who had reached the Xuanzuan realm before the age of 25 could be crowned as geniuses. Supremes were peerless geniuses, Golden Venerates were monstrous geniuses, and Heavenly Venerates were monstrous geniuses. The outer court test had already started for 3 days. However, only the first day of the test had more monstrous geniuses. Among them, there were even monstrous geniuses. Today, there were 4 of them, and all 4 of them were in the same team. The other examiners at the counter were filled with envy. The examiners at the counter also had benefits. The more geniuses they tested, the more benefits they would receive. The examiners at the counter in front of Zhuowen's team had tested 4 monstrous geniuses at once. After the test ended, the examiners would naturally give him a lot of benefits. That was why the other examiners were filled with envy. On the other hand, the other people in Zhuowen's team were much calmer. Yuansheng, Blue Smoke, and the other 3 were the top geniuses of the 4 great sacred dynasties. If they hadn't reached the Golden Venerate realm, they would have found it strange. The team moved forward at a moderate pace. Soon, it was Zhuowen's turn. When it was Mo Lingtian's turn, the latter smiled and came to the counter to drip his blood for the test. 23 years old, peak supremes. Not bad, you pass. The examiner was in a good mood. He nodded at Mo Lingtian and allowed him to pass through the counter and enter the back. After that, Zui Qingfeng, Xian Sheng, and K2, who were behind Mo Lingtian, naturally passed the test as well. Sister, don't be afraid. It's just a drop of blood. When it was Jianan's turn, she first encouraged Gatha behind her. Then she came to the counter and dripped her blood for the test. 19 years old, Middle Xuanzuan realm. You pass. After the examiner finished speaking, Jia Nan passed through the counter and came to the back. She stared at Gatha and Zhuowen with a smile on her face. Gatha was a little nervous. Her face was pale, and she didn't know what to do. However, a broad hand landed on Gatha's shoulder. Then Gatha saw a gentle smile. "Gatha, don't be afraid. Your big brother and I are watching you," Zhuowen said gently. Hearing this, Gatha's heart calmed. She nodded firmly and said softly, "Thank you, big brother Zhua." As she spoke, Gatha walked to the counter. She bit her thumb with her silver teeth and dripped a drop of blood. 18 years old, Middle Xuanzuan realm. You pass. The examiner looked at Gatha again, reaching the Middle Xuanzuan realm at the age of 18. This little girl and the young man just now had great potential. After she finished speaking, Gatha passed through the counter and came to Jia Nan's side. The two siblings looked at Zhuowen's test results together. Next, the examiner looked at Zhuowen and said calmly. Zhuowen stepped forward and casually dripped a drop of blood. With his cultivation and age, there was no doubt that he would pass. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't seem to care. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. However, something strange happened. When Zhuowen's blood fell on the blood-colored crystal, the blood-colored crystal suddenly emitted a strange blood aura instead of light. This blood aura flowed through the wound on Zhuowen's thumb and surged into Zhuowen's body. Then Zhuowen felt a warm power spread throughout his body. Buzz. The crimson crystal began to tremble violently. Zhuowen discovered that the energy surging out of the crimson crystal faintly had a trace of perfect compatibility with the demon path of massacre that he cultivated. It was actually able to strengthen the demon path of massacre. Feeling the throbbing of the demon path of massacre in his body, Zhuowen frowned and thought to himself, could this blood-red crystal be related to the demon path of massacre? The examiner at the counter panicked. He didn't know why this would happen to the blood-red crystal. This had never happened before. What did you do just now? After thinking about it, the examiner knew that it must be because of the young man in front of him. He couldn't help but ask. Crack. Chapter 962. Retesting asterisk crack. Asterisk, a clear shattering sound rang out from the counter. Soon after, the originally noisy surroundings immediately became silent. One could even hear a pin drop as everyone's gazes converged on the counter where Zhuowen was located. The testing crystal had actually shattered. This was something that had never happened in the past few days of testing. Is there a problem with the testing crystal on the counter? Or is it because of this young man? After the silence, there was an uproar. Many people pointed at Zhuowen, who was standing in front of the counter with strange gazes. Standing in the open space behind the counter, the cultivators who had passed the test also looked over. Among them, Yuan Sheng from the Alcade Holy Dynasty smirked, revealing a trace of mockery. Blue smoke from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty narrowed his eyes. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The others also had strange expressions on their faces. After all, this was the first time they had seen a testing crystal shattering. Jia Nan and Gatha, the two siblings, looked worried. They didn't know whether the result of the testing crystal shattering was good or bad. Zhuowen sank into deep thought. The blood-red crystal contained an extremely strong power of slaughter. This power of slaughter was extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the demonic path of slaughter. When his blood came into contact with the blood-red crystal, it resonated with the demonic massacre path in his body. In addition to the tyrannical style of the demonic massacre path, the slaughter energy in the crystal was directly absorbed by the demonic massacre path in his body. What is the origin of this crystal? Zhuowen wondered inwardly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a terrifying aura filled the air. Then, the tester standing in front of the counter stared coldly at Zhuowen and asked, "Let me ask you, What did you do just now? How did you cause the blood crystal to shatter? A heavenly venerable. Zhuowen took several steps back and looked at the testing staff in front of the counter. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This divine academy was truly extraordinary. The testing staff they sent out was actually an Empyrean powerhouse. However, looking at the overbearing tester, Zhuowen said indifferently, "I'm just following your instructions and dripping my essence and blood into this crimson crystal. As for why the crimson crystal shattered, what does that have to do with me? Perhaps there's a problem with its quality." Zhuowen naturally would not admit that the shattering of the blood crystal had something to do with him. After all, judging from the expression of the tester, the blood crystal should be very valuable. If he admitted it, the tester would definitely not let the matter rest. Hence, he could only use this as an excuse. The examiner narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "This didn't happen when the others were tested. Why did it shatter when it was your turn? If it's not you, who else could it be?" Seeing that the tester was unwilling to let him off, Zhuowen frowned and said, "I really don't know anything about the blood crystal. What do you want?" The tester sneered and said, "The blood crystal is something that I painstakingly obtained from Azura Island. Its value is immeasurable. However, since you are a newcomer, I'll charge you 500,000 high-grade spirit stones." Hua! As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the surroundings. Obviously, no one thought that this tester would demand such an exorbitant price. A small blood crystal actually cost 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Wasn't this robbery? Of course, many people's eyes were filled with ridicule. After all, the one to compensate wasn't them, but Zhuowen, who had shattered the blood crystal. What a pitiful kid! Yuansheng ridiculed from the open space behind the counter. Zhuowen's complexion turned unsightly. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones could buy a good-quality Emperor-level spiritual treasure. However, this tiny blood crystal could be compared to an Emperor-level spiritual treasure. Zhuowen knew that the tester was probably asking for an exorbitant price to extort him. "Wu Sheng, I still have a blood crystal here. Why don't you use it first? Maybe there really was a problem with the blood crystal just now?" Suddenly, a gentle and warm voice was heard. Soon after, Chengdong had unknowingly arrived in front of the counter where Zhuowen was at. A similar blood crystal lay on his palm. So it's Senior Chengdong. However, this blood crystal was obtained by you. How could I dare to take it? The tester named Wu Sheng quickly waved his hand and said. Chengdong shook his head and said, "Your blood crystal is broken, but the test will continue. Also, this little brother is a newcomer to the academy. Blood crystals have always been extremely hard. I'm afraid that your blood crystal might really be an accident." Hearing Chengdong's words, Wu Sheng could only agree. He took Chengdong's blood crystal and coldly stared at Zhuowen. "Continue the test. If this blood crystal breaks again, you won't be able to explain yourself even if you have 100 mouths." "Thank you so much, Senior Chengdong." Zhuowen cupped his hands at Chengdong, but the latter waved his hand and laughed. "There's no need for that. After all, I was the one who brought you here. I can't just ignore it and be irresponsible." Zhuowen nodded. He had a good impression of Chengdong. This person was upright, just, and not weak. Therefore, Zhuowen secretly remembered this favor. "You're already calling me senior brother. Do you really think that you'll be able to enter the academy?" Wu Sheng said indifferently. Zhuowen glanced at Wu Sheng indifferently and said, "You don't have to worry about that. Let's start the test now." Wu Sheng's expression was slightly sluggish. He looked at Zhuowen's indifferent attitude and said coldly, "Humph, let's start the test now." As he spoke, Wu Sheng took Chengdong's blood crystal and placed it in front of Zhuowen. However, his gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. If the blood crystal broke again, he wouldn't mind killing this arrogant brat on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen began to silently suppress the murderous demonic energy in his body. He then dripped a drop of blood on it. Immediately, the blood crystal emitted a blazing blood-red glow. However, it wasn't like the first time, where blood energy gushed out. The blood-red glow appeared for a while before it slowly receded and returned to its original state. Zhuowen said indifferently, "The blood crystal didn't break. Can you announce the results now?" Wu Sheng narrowed his eyes and snorted. 20 years old, middle stage supreme being. Qualified. The corners of Zhuowen's lips curled up. He walked past Wu Sheng and entered the empty space behind the counter to meet up with Jia Nen and Gatha. Cheng Dong glanced at Zhuowen's back. Being able to reach the middle stage, supreme being at the age of 20, this brat's potential wasn't bad. Wu Sheng, continue the test. The blood crystal must have broken because of the blood crystal. I'll take my leave first, Cheng Dong said to Wu Sheng, and walked towards the empty space behind the counter. However, Wu Sheng's face was filled with depression as he muttered to himself. Could it be that there was really a problem with his blood crystal? The empty space behind the counter was huge. There were thousands of cultivators standing in the empty space, chatting in groups of 3 to 5. These people were all geniuses who had passed the foundational test. Cheng Dong's arrival caused everyone to stop chatting. Their eyes were bright as they stared at Cheng Dong. This Cheng Dong could be considered as one of the people in charge of the recruitment of new students this time around. Naturally, no one dared to slight him. First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the foundational test. However, this is only the first stage of the recruitment, so everyone shouldn't be arrogant. There are still 2 more tests. The results of these 2 tests will determine whether you can enter the Divine Academy's outer court. As Cheng Dong spoke till here, he looked around and discovered that the majority of the people in the empty space had excited expressions on their faces. There were even some restless fellows who were itching to make trouble. A trace of satisfaction appeared on their faces. All of you should know that the outer court recruitment test will last for a total of 7 days. However, these 7 days are used to select qualified cultivators. This is the so-called foundational test. Therefore, the second stage of the test will only begin after the foundational test is over. Cheng Dong said faintly. As for the restless cultivators in the empty space, their faces fell. Right now, they were filled with self-satisfaction and wanted to proceed to the next stage of the test. However, Cheng Dong had actually said that they would have to wait for 7 days before proceeding to the second stage of the test. In other words, they would have to wait for another 4 days. Seeing the disappointment on the faces of many cultivators, the corners of Cheng Dong's mouth curled up slightly as he continued. 4 days shouldn't be too long for you. You can wait here in the candidate area for 4 days. When the 7 days are up, we will gather all the qualified cultivators together. At that time, we will divide them into groups. Everyone nodded. They knew that this was the rule set by the Divine Academy's recruitment. After all, the outer court wasn't recruiting just 1 or 2 people. They were recruiting from the entire Eastern continent. Even if those who came were the top geniuses of various forces, the Eastern continent was vast. Forces were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and their numbers were numerous. Every force had sent a few geniuses to come. Many a little makes an ocean, and the number was terrifying. Fortunately, cultivators had excellent patience. Although there were a few who complained, the majority of the cultivators sat down cross-legged in the empty space after their disappointment. They wanted to use these 4 days to train and raise their own cultivation so that they could prepare for the next test. Cheng Dong said a few more words before leaving the place. He walked towards the testing plaza. After all, The test was still in progress, and he couldn't leave for too long. There are really many cultivators participating in the test this time. I'm afraid there are more than 100,000, right? Emo Ling Tian said with a smile as he sat beside Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't mind. He nodded and said, "However, I'm afraid that more than 2/3 of the foundational tests will be eliminated. There should only be about 30,000 people who can enter the second stage of the test. The elimination rate for the second and third stages is even more terrifying. At that time, the number of people who can enter the outer court will be very few." Emo Lingtian nodded in agreement and said, "The Divine Academy pursues the path of the elite. Just being a genius isn't enough. You must be a genius among geniuses to be able to stand out from the rest and enter the inner court. However, I think that with Brother Zhuo's strength and potential, entering the Divine Academy shouldn't be too much of a problem, right?" Emo Lingtian asked with deep meaning. Chapter 963. Hujia, Brother Zhuo, you must be joking. I don't have such confidence. After all, even Brother Zhuowen can't guarantee that he will be able to enter Jiashan Academy. Naturally, I can't guarantee it either, Emo Lingtian said with a smile. We only need to do our best. Whether or not we can enter the academy isn't something we can do just because we want to. After Zhuowen finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a meditative state. Emo Lingtian's eyes flickered. Now, he couldn't see through Zhuowen. Whether it was the rumor about the Qing Xian Empire's Zhuowen that the Flame Emperor had mentioned, or the fact that Zhuowen had chopped off one of Yuanqing's arms on the deck of the boundless sailboat, or the shattering of the blood crystal during Zhuowen's test. All of these revealed that the young man in front of him wasn't simple and was even more mysterious. However, it was precisely because of Zhuowen's mysteriousness that made Emo Lingtian want to remove the fog that was covering Zhuowen's body and see the truth. Jia Nen and Gatha sat silently beside Zhuowen and also sat cross-legged on the ground. The two of them were now following Zhuowen's lead. Regardless of whether it was Zhuowen's strength or Zhuowen's attitude towards them, they felt at ease and even a little dependent on him. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. 4 days passed very quickly. During these 4 days, the testing square was filled with a sea of people. There was an endless stream of young warriors who came to take the test, so much so that the huge square almost couldn't fit them all. Although there were more and more warriors who came to take the test, there were fewer and fewer warriors who could pass. Most of them were people who took advantage of the situation. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the clouds in the morning, a cool morning breeze blew past, bringing a refreshing feeling. The 7 days of foundational testing had finally come to an end. The originally noisy testing plaza had finally become much quieter than before. Those warriors who didn't pass the test were basically brought out of the main city by the people of Divine Academy. They were prepared to send them back. Even if those warriors who didn't pass were unwilling, it was useless. Under the strict orders of Divine Academy, they could only leave the main city unwillingly. In the open space, Zhuowen and the other cultivators opened their eyes one after another, revealing a wisp of light. They slowly stood up. And then their gazes all fell on the other side of the square, where a figure was slowly walking over. Senior Chengdong. Everyone stared at this figure excitedly. This person was the gentle-looking Chengdong. Everyone knew that Chengdong's arrival was very likely to bring them to participate in the second stage of the test, so everyone's eyes were filled with hope. The corners of Chengdong's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, "There are more than 10,000 of you here. Come with me. I'll bring you to the location of the second stage of the test. There are 2 other batches of geniuses waiting there." 2 other batches? Zhuowen and Emo Lingtian looked at each other. seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. It seemed that this batch of warriors wasn't the only batch participating in the test. There were actually two batches of people. One batch had close to 10,000 people. Then wouldn't three batches of people be 30,000? This was a terrifying number. You don't have to be so puzzled. There isn't only one testing plaza. There are two other testing plazas in the main city. It's just that I'm in charge of this one, Chengdong explained with a faint smile. Only then did everyone feel relieved. Back then, they were directly brought to this plaza by Chengdong. They hadn't wandered around the main city, so they naturally didn't know that there were two other testing plazas in the main city. Now, you can summon those who are related to you and follow me to the location of the second stage of the test. After Chengdong finished speaking, the nearly 10,000 warriors in the open space brought their respective people to their sides. The Flame Emperor Ziyang Tianzuan, and the rest also came to the side of Zhuowen Mo Lingtian and the other geniuses from the Yanxian Empire. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Everyone brought their respective people. Nearly 10,000 people followed behind Chengdong in a mighty manner. I wonder what the second stage of the test will be like. Jia Nan clenched his fists and said excitedly. Not only Jia Nan, but the expressions of the nearly 10,000 people were similar. Whether they were snakes or dragons, whether they could enter the outer yard depended on the remaining two stages of the test. However, Zui Qingfeng was a little worried. This time, there are peerless geniuses from the Xuanzuan realm, the Sovereign Realm, the Golden Sovereign Realm, and even the Heavenly Sovereign Realm participating in the test. If they are all tested together, wouldn't those with lower cultivation be at a disadvantage? As soon as he said that, Zhuowen Mo Lingtian and the rest nodded their heads. Zui Qingfeng was right. The cultivation of these geniuses was different. It would be fine if they met those with lower cultivation, but if they met those with higher cultivation, it would be disastrous. The Flame Emperor frowned and shook his head. I'm not sure, but the Divine Academy doesn't focus on cultivation. Instead, they focus on talent and potential. I don't think their test will be unfair. Swoosh, swoosh. Soon, the nearly 10,000 people under Chengdong's lead arrived at a huge cliff. The cliff was nearly 10,000 feet high, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. This huge cliff was located in the northwest region of the main city. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a large open space. At this moment, there was already a group of figures standing on the open space. This group of figures was faintly divided into two groups. If one were to count them carefully, there were at least 20,000 of them. This group of figures should be the geniuses that Chengdong had mentioned. They should be the geniuses that had been selected from the other two test grounds in the main city. The sound of something breaking through the air resounded, attracting the attention of the nearly 20,000 cultivators on the open space. Soon after, Chengdong led the nearly 10,000 people behind him and landed in an open space in the open space. Chengdong, you're a little late. We've been waiting here for half an incense stick's time. As soon as Chengdong landed, a beautiful figure slowly walked over from one of the groups in the open space and spoke in a somewhat reproachful tone. This beautiful figure was a woman dressed in sexy clothes. Her slender waist swayed gently, and as she walked, there was a seductive and enchanting feeling. Her plump breasts were slightly opened, revealing an alluring curve. Many people in the open space looked at the enchanting woman who was walking over, their eyes filled with intoxication. Although the woman in front of them was not a peerless beauty, she was definitely worth looking at, especially the faintly discernible charm that she revealed, which was always able to firmly attract everyone's attention. This woman knew how to display her charm. It could be said that she was definitely a stunner. Seeing the enchanting woman walking over, Chung Dong's gaze froze, and he immediately said gloomily, "Hu Jia." There's still half an incense stick of time before the second stage of the test begins. You guys came so early. Didn't you have to wait? Now, you're blaming me for being late. Humph. If you're late, then you're late. Why are you still looking for excuses? Hu Jia curled her lips, her rosy cherry lips pouting. It actually had a different kind of seduction, leaving many geniuses behind Chung Dong dumbstruck with amazement. But Chung Dong was somewhat speechless. But Hu Jia was this kind of personality, so Chung Dong did not care about this either. Instead, his gaze was placed on the open space. Hu Jia's group said, "Looking at your appearance, your mood is pretty good. Could it be that the testing plaza you guys are in has a few good seedlings?" The corners of Hu Jia's mouth curled up slightly, both eyes curved into crescent moons, and he said, "There are indeed a few pretty good seedlings." The top genius disciples of the three major sects outside all came to the testing plaza that I'm in to take the test, especially the myriad sword sect's monstrous palm tree. He actually reached the initial stage Empyrean realm, and his age is merely 23 years old. There's also Cold Moon Palaces, Shi Ke, and Yellow Mystic sects Huang Xian, both at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. These three people are considered the strongest in my group. Initial stage Empyrean realm. Chung Dong's face slightly stiffened. He also did not expect that in the testing plaza, where Hu Jia was, there would actually be a peerless monster in the early stage of the Empyrean realm. Looks like your group is comparable to Qi Ji's group. Chung Dong's gaze landed on another group of people without leaving a trace. The leader of that group of people had delicate features, slender limbs, and carried an ancient sword on his back. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and stood there like a sharp sword. This person was the person in charge of the other plaza, Qi Ji. Sword cultivator Zhuoan, who was standing in the middle of the group, focused his gaze on Qi Ji, who was standing on the other side of the open space without saying a word. The aura on Qi Ji's body was very sharp. His entire person was like an unsheathed sharp sword. He had seen this aura from Jianmu in the desolate ancient city, but Qi Ji's sharp aura was completely inferior to Jianmu's. A person was like a sword, and a sword was like a person. His entire body emitted a sharp sword-like aura. This was a realm that only sword cultivators could reach. On the other hand, sword cultivators were good at attacking. They were able to defeat the strong as the weak and challenge the strong. Although they were not as terrifying as devil cultivators, they were much stronger than ordinary warriors. This Qi Ji's aura was even stronger than Hu Jia and Chung Dong's. His strength was probably even above Chung Dong and Hu Jia's. Hu Jia curled his lips and said somewhat unhappily, "It can only be said that Qi Ji's luck is too good. The Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown Prince Yun Zhongyang and the Alcade Holy Dynasty's Yuan Zhao and Yuan Kong, these three monstrous geniuses, have all gone to the testing plaza where he is." Chung Dong nodded, a trace of gloominess in his eyes. Among the two groups of people that Qi Ji and Hu Jia were in charge of, there were peerless geniuses. Only the plaza that he was in charge of didn't have a single one. The strongest ones were the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's Blue Smoke and Burning Flame Holy Dynasty's Finji, who were both in the late stage of Golden, Venerable Realm. It could be said that the quality of the people he was in charge of was far inferior to the geniuses that Hu Jia and Qi Ji were in charge of. Thinking of this, the corner of Chung Dong's mouth was filled with a bitter smile. "Chung Dong, among the people you're in charge of, there should also be peerless geniuses, right? Introduce them to me." Hu Jia's beautiful eyes turned slightly and immediately landed on the people behind Chung Dong and asked curiously. Qi Ji, who was standing on the other side of the open space, also cast his gaze towards Chung Dong. He was also somewhat curious about the lineup of people that Chengdong was in charge of, and whether or not they could surpass the quality of his group. Chengdong's face stiffened, his eyes flickered, and he sighed, "Let's be honest. The quality of the people I'm in charge of is completely incomparable to you and Qi. In the group I'm in charge of, the strongest and most talented should be Blue Smoke of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and Fenji of the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty. These two people's cultivations are in the late stage of Golden Venerable Realm." Chapter 964. Iron Man Cave Hujia's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. She did not expect that in the group of people that Chengdong was in charge of, the strongest was only at the late stage of the Golden Exalt realm. Qi Ji was also stunned for a moment. Then his gaze regained its coldness, and he no longer looked over. Without a doubt, among the three groups of people, only Chengdong's group was of the worst quality, and it was even more impossible for them to compete with the group he was in charge of. Chengdong, maybe you didn't observe carefully. There might be a peerless monster in your group, but that guy likes to hide his cultivation, so you didn't see through it. Hu Jia didn't know what to say, and could only use this completely unreliable reason to comfort Chengdong. Of course, even she herself didn't believe this reason. The opportunity to enter Jiaxin Academy was so rare. How could there be anyone hiding their cultivation? Wasn't that just courting death? Chengdong smiled bitterly, but did not point it out. He only nodded and said, "I hope so." Zhuowen, who was standing in the middle of the group, narrowed his eyes because he realized that there were a few familiar faces in the group that Hu Jia was in charge of. The people from the Qingxian Empire really came. Zhuowen muttered to himself. In the group of people behind Hu Jia, 5 of them were recognized by Zhuowen at a glance. They were Gran Baihe, Zhu Bai, and Huangfu Wuji Guosheng and Murong Zhan respectively replaced Huangfu Wudao, Zhuowen, and Qinyan's positions. Zhuowen only took a glance, then retracted his gaze, his face full of calmness. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, for sounds of breaking through the air came from behind the cliff in front of them. Soon after, they floated above the empty space. The auras of these 4 people were extremely strong, not at all weaker than Ziyang Tianzuan. They were actually 4 peak Empyrean experts. The 4 of them were not young, around 40 or 50 years old. The skin on their faces was slightly wrinkled. Of course, with the lifespan and realm of martial warriors, these 4 people were definitely much older than they looked. Greetings to the 4 instructors. Chengdong, Hu Jia, and Qi Ji respectfully cupped their hands towards the 4 old men in the sky. The 4 elders nodded. Then a tall and skinny elder stepped forward. He looked down at the people in the open space and said loudly, "The 3 of you divide these 30,000 people into 4 groups. They are the Mystique Sovereign Group, the Sovereign Group, the Golden Sovereign Group, and the Heavenly Sovereign Group." Yes, the 3 of them were startled at first. Soon after, they each went to the group they were in charge of and began to choose. Divide yourselves into 4 groups: Mystique Venerable, Supreme Venerable, Golden Venerable, and Heavenly Venerable. Qi Ji and Hu Jia each shouted to the people they were in charge of behind them. Then, the people they were in charge of started to stand in line. Chengdong, on the other hand, was a little helpless because there were no Empyrean monsters in the group he was in charge of. He could only say weakly, "You guys can divide yourselves into 3 groups: Mystique Venerable, Supreme Venerable, and Golden Venerable." Not long after, the 3 groups of people finished standing. Among the nearly 30,000 martial warriors, there were only 3 people who were able to reach the Empyrean realm before the age of 25. They were the Yaoguang Sacred Dynasty's Yuan Zhao, the Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty's Crown Prince Yun Zhongyang, and the Myriad Sword Sex Palm Tree. There weren't many Golden Venerable realm cultivators, only a dozen or so of them. Compared to the 30,000 people, it could be said to be incomparably rare. Most of them were from the Xuanzuan realm and the Supreme Realm. Among them, the Xuanzuan realm accounted for 2/3 of them, and the rest were from the Supreme Realm. The quality of the students recruited this time is not bad. The 4 old men's sharp gazes fell on the 3 Empyrean geniuses, and there was a trace of satisfaction on their faces. In the past, it was already considered good if there was 1 Empyrean genius in the recruitment process, but this time there were 3 of them. The 4 old men were naturally delighted. After all, if a cultivator who reached the Empyrean realm before the age of 25 was properly nurtured, advancing to the Emperor realm would not be a problem. Now, let's begin the second stage of the test. The second stage of the test is called the Iron Man Cave. The steep cliff behind me is the location of the test. The tall and thin old man pointed at the cliff behind him and said loudly. Everyone's eyes followed the old man's direction and shifted to the cliff. However, their eyes were filled with doubt. It was clearly an ordinary cliff, and there was no cave on it. The Iron Man Cave, as the name suggested, was definitely a cave. However, the cliff was as smooth as a mirror. How could there be a cave? However, the crowd's doubts didn't last long because the 4 old men floating in the air made hand seals at the same time. A terrifying aura surged out, and then a series of light talismans rushed toward the cliff in front of them like ropes. Kacha! Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the huge cliff, and then 4 huge caves that were hundreds of feet wide appeared on the surface of the cliff. Moreover, the crowd noticed that there was a sturdy figure standing at the entrance of each cave. Upon closer inspection, they weren't real people at all, but strange humanoid figures that were covered with countless iron plates. They were at least 10 feet tall and looked very terrifying. These are the Iron Men guarding the caves. You have seen the 4 caves. From left to right, they are divided into 4 levels: the Xuanzuan realm, the Supreme Realm, the Golden Realm, and the Empyrean Realm. You can choose a cave that matches your cultivation. Once you pass, you will pass the second stage of the test. There are many mechanisms in the Iron Man Cave. Once you pass through the Iron Man Cave and reach the entrance of the cave, you will pass the second stage of the test. You can continue to participate in the third stage of the test. Of course, there are also good opportunities in the Iron Man Cave. There are armor techniques, spiritual treasures, spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, and other resources. If you have the ability to break through, you can obtain all of them. Treat them as a gift from the students. At this point, the skinny old man stopped and looked at the crowd quietly. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. If what the skinny old man said was true, then the resources hidden in the Iron Man Cave wouldn't be bad. In other words, if they were strong enough, they could obtain all the benefits in the cave. Senior, since the Iron Man Cave is divided into 4 levels, does it mean that the things in each level are different? The Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown prince, Yun Zhongyang, suddenly stepped forward and asked. Yun Zhongyang was a young man whose eyes were filled with pride and arrogance. His body exuded a strong sense of confidence, which had reached the point of conceit. Compared to the arrogant Yun Zhongyang, the myriad sword sex palm tree was much more normal. His expression was calm, and his eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. On the other hand, the Alcade Holy Dynasty's crown prince, Yuan Zhao, had an ordinary appearance. His face was ordinary, and he was dressed in gray cotton clothes. He was the most inconspicuous of the 3. The skinny old man nodded approvingly and said, "You're right. Since the Iron Man Cave is divided into 4 levels, it naturally goes from easy to difficult. Mystique Venerables are the easiest, and the resources inside are the worst. Heavenly Venerables are the hardest, and the resources inside are naturally the best." As expected, Zhuowen thought inwardly. Since the Iron Man cave was divided into difficult and easy levels, the resources inside would naturally be divided into good and bad. Of course, if someone is confident in his cultivation, he can also challenge the Iron Man cave that is one level higher than him. However, there is only one chance. If he fails, he will be directly eliminated. Therefore, this old man advises everyone to know their own limits. Otherwise, you will miss the opportunity to enter the outer court. As soon as the old man said that, some cultivators who were eager to give it a try felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, and their hearts gradually cooled down. There was only one chance for this kind of challenge. If they tried to challenge the Iron Man cave that was higher than them and failed, they would be directly eliminated. For some cultivators with decent strength, it would be an extreme pity. I'll try the Sovereign Iron Man cave. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the crowd and instantly rushed to the entrance of the second cave. This person was young, about 20 years old, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. He was probably coveting the resources behind the Sovereign Iron Man cave. Flood Dragon entering the sea. As soon as the young man came up, he used a powerful armor technique. Terrifying origin energy surged out and turned into a vast ocean around him. Then, a huge flood dragon descended from the sky and swooped down, pouncing on the sturdy Iron Man cave. The Iron Man cave slowly turned his head and stared at the flood dragon in silence. However, the huge axe on his shoulder chopped down with a sharp edge. Pucci, the huge flood dragon, was chopped into pieces by the huge axe before it could even get close to the Iron Man cave. Then, the huge axe's momentum did not change, and it actually swept straight towards the young man. The young man was so shocked that he quickly used his armor spirit. Sizzle! The young man's armor soul was a huge python. Its scarlet tongue flickered in and out of its mouth, and its triangular eyes were extremely cold and sinister. However, the Iron Man cave's huge axe still carried an indomitable momentum. He did not have any scruples about the terrifying python at all. As long as it was in his way, he would cut it down without exception. Pucci, what was shocking was that even though the young man had used his armor spirit was still unable to withstand a single blow. It was chopped into countless pieces by the huge axe, and countless blood rained down from the sky. The young man did not even let out a groan as he was chopped into two halves by the huge axe. There was no luck at all. Hiss! Hiss! Gasps could be heard. A genius at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm had died in front of everyone just like that. The Iron Man cave did not show any mercy at all. Humph! Didn't this old man just say that we should act according to our strength? This person did not know his own strength, so he deserved to die. Of course, this old man also forgot to mention that the Iron Man cave will not show any mercy. If you can't pass and are killed by him, you can only blame yourselves. Looking at the young man who had been beheaded, the thin and tall old man was expressionless as he explained unhurriedly. However, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Before the young man died, the thin and tall old man didn't explain it clearly. After the young man died in the hands of the Iron Man, he slowly explained it. Obviously, this was done deliberately by the old man. He was waiting for someone to stand out like the young man just now, so that he could make an example out of the others. Of course, if anyone is not confident, you can choose an Iron Man cave that is one level lower than you. It will be much safer that way, the old man suddenly added. However, most of the people present were proud geniuses who thought highly of themselves. How could they choose an Iron Man cave that was lower than them? Chapter 965. Gatha enters the stage. I'll give it a try. Suddenly, Xian Xing, who was standing behind Emo Lingtian, tapped her foot on the ground. Her entire body was shrouded in starlight as she rushed towards the second cave. Xianxing is in the initial stage of the sovereign realm. I wonder if she can pass the second cave. K2 and Zue Qingfeng whispered worriedly. The two of you can be at ease. Xianxing is not as simple as you imagine, although her cultivation is only at the initial stage of the sovereign stage. In terms of battle prowess, by relying on the Myriad Star Hall's Myriad Star Codex, she is completely comparable to an intermediate stage sovereign. The corners of Emo Lingtian's mouth rose slightly as he spoke with a faint smile. Let's hope so. Zue Qingfeng and K2's eyes flickered as they nodded. Zhuowen, who was standing not far away, also looked at Xianxing. He felt that Xianxing's cultivation technique was similar to Luo Xing's in Muqin County's Jade Maiden Star Court. Could it be that the Myriad Star Palace of the Yanxian Empire was related to the Jade Maiden Star Court of the Qingxian Empire? Whoosh! In an instant, Xianxing landed in front of the Iron Man. She stretched out her jade-like hand and released a terrifying burst of starlight towards the Iron Man. Creak! The Iron Man was expressionless as he waved his right hand. The huge axe in his hand blasted out like a hot knife through butter, smashing heavily on Xianxing's starlight. Kacha! With just a single blow, Xianxing's attack was shattered by the Iron Man. The huge axe's momentum didn't decrease at all. It continued to rush towards Xianxing, trying to tear her apart. The huge axe was as thick as Xianxing. If Xianxing was hit by such a huge axe, she would definitely lose a layer of skin even if she didn't die. Quite a few people started to shake their heads and sigh. They secretly thought that this beautiful woman would probably die in front of them. However, they were even more shocked because this Iron Man's strength was far beyond their imagination. For better or worse, Xianxing was an early venerable realm martial artist, but his attack was actually useless in front of this Iron Man. It was broken in a single strike. This Iron Man's strength was likely comparable to a peak venerable realm martial artist. Moreover, this Iron Man's skin was thick and tough. Even a golden, venerable realm martial artist would find it difficult to break through it. Starfall. Looking at the incoming gigantic axe, Xianxing's countenance turned pale. Gritting her teeth, she waved her jade-like hands as an endless amount of astral light gushed forth from her body, after which these astral light fell like meteors, forming a terrifying meteor shower in front of Xianxing Boom. The huge axe rushed over and heavily smashed against the huge meteor shower curtain. The huge axe, which was like a hot knife through butter, seemed to have sunk into a swamp at this moment as it completely froze in front of the meteor shower curtain. Starburst! The crisp sound of an aureole rang out once again. Then, the huge meteor shower actually exploded. The terrifying explosive force filled the entire entrance of the cave. Thud, thud, thud! The metal giant was actually forced back 3 steps under the might of the explosion. Xianxing spat out a mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she took a step forward, transforming into a beam of starlight as she shot towards the opening of the metal giant. She wanted to use this opportunity to enter the cave. Boom! Boom! The metal giant roared as he swung his thick right arm, sending the gigantic axe flying out. Only now did the crowd realize that the gigantic axe of the supreme being metal giant actually had another dimension. At the handle of the axe, there was actually a long chain attached to it. The gigantic axe flew out, instantly arriving behind Xianxing. Everyone was sweating profusely for Xianxing. This metal giant was truly not easy to deal with. He actually still had such a move up his sleeves. If Xianxing were to be smashed by the axe, she would really be finished. Star Cloud! Xianxing shouted as the countless astral light in the surroundings revolved around her, forming a star cloud that was tens of feet wide, protecting Xianxing within the star cloud. Kacha! The star cloud only lasted for a moment before it actually shattered. However, Xianxing was pretty smart. She immediately retreated at that moment. Although Xianxing reacted in time, the force of the gigantic axe slicing through the air dissipated and slammed into Xianxing's chest, causing her to spurt out a mouthful of blood. She immediately disappeared from the entrance of the cave. He broke in, looking at Xianxing, who had disappeared into the cave. Many cultivators in the open space were shocked. The strength that the metal giant had displayed was too terrifying. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on many people, causing them to be unable to breathe. Xianxing's strength was already considered pretty good. However, she was actually forced into such a sorry state by the metal giant. In the end, she was even almost killed by the metal giant. If it wasn't for Xianxing's high vigilance, she would have already been a dead person. The four old men floating in the air nodded their heads. However, that was all. Although Xianxing's strength was pretty good, it wasn't to the point where they were stunned. After all, as a supreme being, it wasn't something to be proud of if she could barely break into the supreme being metal giant. Xianxing has broken in. Zui Qingfeng and K2 looked at each other and revealed excited smiles. As for Mo Lingtian, he nodded his head, with Xianxing taking the lead. Many cultivators in the open space began to get restless. Most of them began to rush towards the metal giant's cave. However, most of the cultivators who rushed out were from the Xuanzuan realm and Supreme Being realm. However, what shocked many people was that most of the cultivators who rushed out to break into the metal giant's cave returned in failure. This was especially true for the Xuanzuan realm's early stage and Supreme Being realm's early stage. They were either killed by the metal giant or had good escape techniques and managed to escape. However, they were mercilessly eliminated. Most of the cultivators who were able to successfully break through the metal giant's cave were late stage and Supreme Being realm's late stage. However, cultivators of this level were relatively rare in their respective teams. Most of the early and middle stage cultivators returned in failure. Big brother Zhua, my sister, and I would like to give it a try first. Kanan, who was standing behind Zhuowen, suddenly said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen was stunned. And then he said solemnly, "You've seen how dangerous the Iron Man cave is. If we're careless, then it's very likely that we'll even lose our lives. Are all of you sure you'll be able to pass through?" Kanan and Gatha were young. Their cultivation was only in the middle stage of the Xuanzuan realm, so Zhuowen was rather worried. After all, the metal giant in the metal giant's cave was cold and merciless. If one's strength was not enough, he would be killed without mercy. "I think I'll be fine. However, I think my sister," Kanan looked at Gatha worriedly as he spoke. To be honest, Gatha's talent was much higher than his. However, Gatha was naturally timid. Although her cultivation was not low, her actual combat experience was pitifully little. Therefore, Kanan was worried that Gatha would have stage fright. At that time, the metal giant wouldn't show any mercy, and Gatha would be in great danger. "You're worried about your sister's safety, right?" Zhuowen's gaze flickered as he spoke softly. Kanan nodded and said, "That's why I don't want Gatha to participate in the test. It's truly too dangerous." "No, big brother, I want to enter the clan with you. Didn't you say that you wanted to revive the clan with me?" Gatha spoke abruptly, and her young face was covered in a stubborn expression. Kanan shook his head and said, "Gatha, didn't you see what happened just now? You've witnessed how dangerous the metal giant's cave is. How would I explain it to Father and the others if anything were to happen to you?" Gatha shook her head, while traces of mist started to appear in her beautiful eyes. She was like a pear blossom bathed in rain, causing others to feel pity for her. Kanan was distressed when he saw Gatha in such a state. He was truly in a dilemma right now. Zhuowen smiled faintly and patted Kanan on the shoulder. Since Gatha has decided, then let her do it. As for Gatha's safety, you don't have to worry at all. As he spoke, Zhuowen's right hand condensed, and a small blood-colored spear shadow appeared in his palm. Then, it landed between Jia Sha's eyebrows, forming a red line. This red line was condensed from the might of the Azura blood spear that Zhuowen possessed, and it contained the entire might of the Azura blood spear. However, it could only be used once. With the protection of this spear, the metal giant from the Xuanzuan realm would absolutely be unable to harm Gatha. As he gazed at the blood-red line between Gatha's brows, Kanan faintly sensed that it was extraordinary. Coupled with the formidable strength that Zhuowen had displayed on the boundless sailboat, Kanan didn't suspect that Zhuowen was deceiving him. "Big brother, Zhuo, thank you so much for this." Kanan's eyes were filled with gratitude. Zhuowen waved his hand and changed the topic. "Which one of you is going to go up first?" "Let Gatha go up first. I want to watch her. Otherwise, I'll feel uneasy," Kanan said softly. Gatha nodded, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. When a mystique venerable one flew out of the metal giant's cave in the Xuanzuan realm, Gatha dashed toward the metal giant's cave. Whoosh! Gatha arrived before the metal giant in an instant. She clenched her fists tightly, and her pretty face was slightly pale. It was obvious that she was somewhat fearful of the gigantic metal giant before her. The metal giant from the Xuanzuan realm was roughly the same as the metal giant from the Supreme Venerable realm. However, the weapon in its hand wasn't a giant axe, but a broadsword. The broadsword was even larger than Gatha's, and it emitted a chilling light. "Gatha, go for it." On the empty ground, Kanan roared loudly, cheering for Gatha. Many people around him looked at him with disdain. Boom! The metal giant's chilling gaze focused on Gatha. The giant broadsword in its hand slashed down fiercely, and a terrifying hurricane appeared wherever it passed. It was the sound of the blade slicing through the air. This was the result of extreme speed. Gatha's pretty face turned even paler, but she didn't back down. With a wave of her hand, a ray of blue light shot out from between her brows. She had activated her armor soul materialization right away. Gatha's armor soul was a blurry figure. However, this figure was surrounded by a cold blue aura, and it was impossible to tell whether this figure was human or not. Zhuowen's sharp eyes could see through the cold aura, and he saw that the figure seemed to be chained up like a prisoner. Heavens! This dragon lord didn't see wrongly, right? This little girl's armor soul is actually this. These two siblings aren't simple at all. At that moment, Xiaohei's horrified voice suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's mind. It was so noisy that Zhuowen wanted to punch it. Chapter 966. Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul. Kid, what do you know? The armor soul on this little girl's body is on par with Jianan's undying armor soul. In fact, it is even more terrifying than the undying armor soul. Tell me, how can I remain calm? Xiaohei said loudly. Zhuowen dug his ears, but he was shocked as he asked, "What? It is even more terrifying than the undying armor soul. What is the armor soul on Gatha's body?" However, Blackie pretended to be unfathomable and said, "If I'm not wrong, the armor soul on this little girl should be the legendary Heaven's Wrath armor soul. This kind of armor soul is very terrifying." Heaven's Wrath armor soul? Zhuowen was stunned, and he looked at the blurry figure that had been summoned by Gatha. Was the so-called Heaven's Wrath armor soul really as terrifying as Xiaohei had said? Boom! The metal man roared, and his sword fell from the sky. He slashed down, and the surrounding air was torn apart. Rays of sharp sword radiance formed a barrier around them and sealed off Gatha's escape routes. Clang! The moment the sword came down, the figure that was shrouded in cold air moved. He waved his arms, and the thick chains that were wrapped around his arms turned into a net of chains. They were placed above Gatha to block the powerful sword. Bam! The two collided, and there were countless sparks. Then, the powerful sword stopped completely. It was as if time had stopped. Roar! The metal man roared and raised the sword in his hand again. He slashed down fiercely. This time, the power was much stronger than before. Strong winds swirled around and formed a funnel-like spiral. Crack! Suddenly, the net of chains broke apart. Then, the mysterious figure took Gatha a few steps back and avoided the attack of the sword. Looking at the scene, Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. Didn't Xiao He say that the Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul was very powerful? It couldn't even beat the Undying Armor Soul. Why was it so weak? Xiao He, was this the power of the Scourge Armored Soul? Isn't it too weak? Zhuowen suddenly asked. What do you know? The Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul was too heaven-defying, too terrifying. That was why it was envied by the heavens and suffered the wrath of the heavens. Can't you see that the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul's true body is bound by chains? That chain was sent down by Heaven's wrath, and it sealed away most of the Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul's power. Xiao He muttered. Zhuowen's lips twitched as he said gloomily, in other words, the Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul is completely useless right now, even more useless than ordinary armor souls. In theory, that is indeed the case. However, there is one thing that is without a doubt. Gatha, who possesses the Scourge Armored Soul, can cultivate at a much faster rate than the average person. Her talent is definitely top-notch. Xiao He nodded as if she was serious. Zhuowen almost wanted to kick her. Wasn't she talking nonsense? What was the use of an armor soul that could not be used no matter how powerful it was? However, Xiao He was currently in his consciousness, so Zhuowen could only think about it. In other words, it will be very difficult for Gatha to pass through this mystique venerable Iron Man. Zhuowen thought to himself helplessly. Since the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul could not unleash its power, and Gatha was not strong enough, it would be difficult for her to pass through this Iron Man. However, Gatha still had a sliver of Zhuowen's spear aura. Even if she was not a match for the Iron Man, she should not be in any life-threatening danger. At that moment, Gatha and the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul were being pushed back by the Iron Man's fierce attacks. In the eyes of the crowd, Gatha's defeat was without a doubt. However, Gatha's Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul had attracted the attention of many people. The Iron Man's large sword was extremely sharp. An ordinary mystique, venerable rank warrior's armor soul would not be able to withstand it and would be severely injured. However, Gatha's armor soul's body was as tough as steel. No matter how the Iron Man's large sword slashed at it, it could not penetrate Gatha's armor soul. It could only force the Iron Man to retreat. Looks like the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul is indeed unique. Its body is actually so tough. Zhuowen nodded and muttered to himself. Looks like Gatha is going to lose. Kanan muttered to himself in disappointment. Roar! The difficulty of dealing with the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul had completely enraged the Iron Man. The Iron Man roared angrily and took a step forward. He became extremely agile and went around the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul to charge toward Gatha. The terrifying large sword suddenly descended and slashed down on Gatha's head. Gatha had not expected this turn of events. For a moment, she was so shocked that she stood rooted to the ground. She did not know how to escape. This little girl is dead for sure. The crowd sighed inwardly when they saw this scene. They all knew that Gatha's delicate body would not be able to withstand the Iron Man's large sword. She would definitely be torn into countless pieces. Many people sighed inwardly when they thought about how a young girl like Gatha was about to be torn apart in front of them. Sizzle! Sizzle! The moment the large sword slashed toward Gatha, the Heaven's Wrath armored soul behind the Iron Man, which was surrounded by cold air, suddenly opened its pair of dark blue eyes. An extremely vast and terrifying aura slowly brewed. Azura Bloodspear! The moment the large sword slashed down, Zhuowen muttered softly. Then, the blood line between Gatha's eyebrows suddenly twisted and turned into a large blood spear. The blood spear carried with it a vast amount of blood chi. It fearlessly faced the large sword that was slashing down. Boom! The blood spear and the sword collided, and there was a terrifying explosion. Then, the Iron Man was actually forced back 3 steps by the power of the blood spear. The blood spear also buzzed and dissipated. Is that the power of the universe? The appearance of the blood spear immediately attracted the attention of the 4 elders who were floating in the air. Their eyes revealed a trace of surprise. They were naturally familiar with the power of the Azura blood spear. That blood spear just now should be the Azura blood spear force of the grand momentum of heaven and earth. I didn't expect that someone would place this spear force on this little girl. I'm afraid it's to protect her life. The thin and tall old man muttered in a low voice. Perhaps the cultivator who comprehended the grand momentum of heaven and earth is one of them in the open space. After all, I just sensed that this spear momentum had just been stored in this little girl's glabella not long ago. A short and fat old man interrupted. It should be one of the geniuses in the open space. Let's wait. When we break through the Iron Man cave, that guy will definitely use this spear. The tall and skinny elder's eyes flashed. After the Iron Man steadied himself, he roared to the sky and rushed toward Gatha again aggressively. His body was filled with a savage aura. The spear just now had completely angered him. Originally, when the Iron Man retreated, Gatha should have immediately retreated from the entrance of the cave. However, at this moment, Gatha seemed to be scared out of her wits. She stood there in a daze, and there was no trace of blood on her face. Oh no! Gatha, run! Jianan's expression changed slightly as he shouted. Unfortunately, Gatha was scared out of her wits and did not lift her feet to run. When the Iron Man was close enough to her and raised the butcher's knife in his hand, Gatha sat down on the ground. Her eyes were filled with fear. Why doesn't this little girl have any battle awareness? She had such a good opportunity just now, and she didn't run? The tall and skinny elder, who was floating in the air, shook his head and said in surprise, as the referees, the 4 of them could not bend the law. Therefore, even though they knew that they could save Gatha, they still would not break the rules to save her. Clang! However, when the Iron Man raised his large knife and was about to fall, his body suddenly trembled, and he stopped in his tracks. The raised knife did not fall for a long time. The warriors in the open space naturally noticed the Iron Man's strange behavior. When they looked down and saw the Iron Man's abdomen, their pupils shrank. This was because there was an arm wrapped in chains on the Iron Man's abdomen. Rip! Then, the arm slowly rotated and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. Then, the Iron Man broke apart inch by inch and shattered into fine powder under everyone's shocked gazes. Among the fine powder, a figure shrouded in cold air slowly walked over. A pair of blue eyes shone through the cold air. He came before Gatha and knelt down on one knee. He lifted Gatha on his shoulder and walked into the cave with Gatha. This scene shocked everyone. The Iron Man, whose body was as hard as steel, was torn apart by the girl's armor soul. Then, the armor soul lifted the girl up in a very human-like manner and entered the depths of the cave. Was this still an armor soul? The 4 elders who were floating in the air were also shocked. The tall and skinny elder frowned and said, "That little girl's armor soul is not ordinary. Why do I feel that the armor soul seems to have intelligence? It's strange." It is indeed not simple. We have to observe this little girl carefully. If her armor soul is really an extremely powerful armor soul, this little girl is worth nurturing, the short and fat elder agreed. The other 2 elders nodded. The scene just now was indeed strange. The actions of Gatha's armor soul were too unexpected. It was as if it was not an armor soul, but a human. "We have to take out another mystique, venerable Iron Man," the tall and skinny elder muttered softly. With a wave of his sleeve, another mystique, venerable Iron Man appeared at the entrance of the cave. "The Heaven's Wrath armor soul has intelligence, like you?" Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he communicated with Xiaohe in his mind. "Don't compare me with the Heaven's Wrath armor soul. However, the Heaven's Wrath armor soul does have some intelligence, but it is not as good as me." Xiaohe placed his claws behind his back as he said this with a proud look on his face. Zhuowen was speechless as he looked at Xiaohe's narcissistic performance. However, he was more cautious about Gatha's Heaven's Wrath armor soul. The Heaven's Wrath armor soul was indeed extraordinary. It tore apart a mystique, venerable Iron Man with its bare hands. This was not something an ordinary ancient martial art practitioner could do. Jia then clenched his fists tightly. His face was flushed red with excitement. Jia Nan was happy that Gatha had successfully entered the Iron Man cave. "Big brother Zhua, I am going to challenge the Iron Man cave too." After Gatha succeeded, Jia Nan rushed toward the first Iron Man cave impatiently. Zhuowen was not too worried about Jia Nan's challenge. This kid had the undying armor soul, and his skin was tough. It would not be difficult for him to break through the Iron Man cave. Chapter 967. Yun Zhongyang. Not only was Jia Nan's skin extremely thick, even his recovery ability was extremely shocking. Even when the Iron Man's fist struck Jia Nan did not dodge at all by relying on the freakish, undying armor soul. He seemed as if he was going all out, and this caused many people to be secretly shocked. Bang! 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 With a punch, the Iron Man was pushed back. Jia Nan took advantage of this opportunity to enter the Iron Man's cave and disappeared instantly. "This kid is not bad." The 4 old men nodded and whispered. As the test continued, the number of people in the open space decreased. However, the 3 heavenly venerables and more than 10 golden venerables did not move. Those who moved were basically mystique venerables and supreme venerables. Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian stood side by side and did not move at all. Zui Qingfeng and K2 had already set out to challenge the Iron Man. Both of them were in the middle stage of the Xuanzuan realm. Although they were strong, they were still 1 step behind. Fortunately, both of them had good survival skills. Although they failed to break through the Iron Man's cave, they relied on their own skills to retreat safely. However, both of them had already been eliminated. Thump! Thump! Suddenly, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and noticed a group of people walking towards them. He tilted his head slightly and looked at them. Zhuowen's eyes grew colder as he recognized one of them. Wasn't that the 3rd prince of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty, Yuansheng? However, Zhuowen's gaze only lingered on Yuansheng for a moment before it gathered on a young man with a cold gaze beside Yuansheng. This young man's aura was much stronger than Yuansheng's. He should have reached the peak of the Golden Venerate realm. Moreover, Yuansheng seemed to have a close relationship with this person. Zhuowen guessed that this person was probably Yuanqing's second brother, Yuan Kong. As for Yuan Zhao, he was dressed in plain clothes and stood beside the other two celestial master geniuses. He did not even look in their direction. Perhaps in Yuan Zhao's opinion, those below the celestial master level were not worthy of his attention. "You are Zhuowen?" Sky Origin brought Yuansheng in front of Zhuowen and looked down coldly at Zhuowen. His voice was cold and sinister. "What's the matter?" Zhuowen replied indifferently. Sky Origin's eyes narrowed, and he said indifferently, "Looks like third brother was right. You're boundlessly arrogant. You're merely at the intermediate stage of the Exalt realm, yet you were lucky enough to defeat my third brother. Do you think you're very extraordinary? Oh, did you come here just to say such nonsense? If you're done, then scram." Zhuowen's words were merciless. He knew that Sky Origin was here to pick a fight, so there was no need to be nice to him. "You actually dare to ask me to scram? Where did your confidence come from?" Sky Origin's pupils constricted slightly, and his voice was as cold as ice. "You're really courting death. You actually dare to speak to my second brother like this. Do you think you're a peerless monster? If it weren't for the fact that we can't fight here, you would already be a dead man." Yuansheng also coldly interrupted. "You're just a piece of trash. Do you have the qualifications to interrupt? A dignified beginner-stage golden Exalt Realm monster can't even defeat a weak intermediate-stage Exalt Realm cultivator. Don't you feel ashamed?" Zhuowen glanced at Yuansheng and said coldly. Yuansheng's face flushed red, but he was indeed speechless. Zhuowen's words were too ruthless. He did not have the slightest scruple, and actually said that he, Yuansheng, was a piece of trash. However, back then on the deck of the boundless sailboat, he, Yuansheng, had indeed lost an arm to Zhuowen and became the former's defeated opponent. "Kid, you'd better pray that you can be eliminated in the test. Otherwise, if you enter the outer courtyard, you'll die miserably. Third brother, let's go." Sky Origin coldly stared at Zhuowen, then led Yuansheng away from the open space where Zhuowen was. Mo Lingtian stood beside Zhuowen, staring at Zhuowen in surprise, and said, "It seems that the enemy brothers were provoked is not to be trifled with." Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Maybe." Seeing this, Mo Lingtian did not say much. Zhuowen was very mysterious, and his strength was not weak. However, Mo Lingtian still felt that if Zhuowen was targeted by the people of the Alcade Holy Dynasty, he would not have a good ending. As time passed, 2/3 of the cultivators had challenged their respective Iron Man caves. However, only a small number of them successfully passed. Most of the cultivators either left or were killed on the spot. At this time, the geniuses of the Golden Venerables group finally moved. The first one to move was Yuansheng from the Alcade Holy Dynasty. Yuansheng naturally chose the Golden Venerables Iron Man. The Golden Venerables Iron Man held a 3-foot-long spear in his hand, looking majestic and mighty. Whoosh! Yuansheng took out the golden scepter that he had used previously. The golden scepter was a royal spiritual treasure, and its power was quite mighty. For a moment, he was barely on par with the Golden Venerables Iron Man. Boom! The Golden Venerables Iron Man roared and swung his spear, setting off a terrifying hurricane that swept towards Yuansheng. Yuansheng was forced to retreat in embarrassment. The golden scepter in his hand burst out a blazing golden light, and he managed to hold on for a moment. Whoosh! At the same time, the Metal Man's great spear flew over at this critical moment and blocked the golden light. Then a powerful force exploded, and the golden light shattered inch by inch. The spear swept towards Yuansheng's chest with irresistible force. Its speed was extremely fast. This spear was enough to take Yuansheng's life away. Its power was extremely terrifying. Yuanqing's eyes narrowed. He gritted his teeth and tapped his glabella with his right hand. Suddenly, an emperor's aura gushed out and turned into an illusory star that swept towards the spear. Boom! The two collided. Then, under the power of the illusory star, the great spear was instantly crushed into dust. The Iron Man was also blasted into pieces. It's the Emperor's aura again. In the open space, Zhuowen squinted his eyes. Yuanqing relied on the Emperor's aura in his body to smash the Golden Venerable's Iron Man into pieces. It seemed that the Emperor's aura was indeed terrifying. However, after Yuanqing used it, the Emperor's aura was completely exhausted. Yuanqing's face was pale. After the Golden Venerable's Iron Man was smashed into pieces, he instantly disappeared from the entrance of the cave. The four old men floating in the air frowned. Yuanqing relied on the Emperor's aura to smash the Golden Venerable's Iron Man. In fact, it was considered cheating. After all, the Emperor's aura wasn't Yuanqing's own strength. However, the four old men could feel that the Emperor's aura was extraordinary. Obviously, the Emperor Realm expert who gave Yuanqing the Emperor's aura wasn't weak. Therefore, the four old men didn't pursue the matter of Yuanqing's cheating. The skinny old man waved his sleeve and took out another Golden Venerable's Iron Man. He placed it at the entrance of the Golden Venerable's cave, with the Yuan sage taking the lead. The other Golden Venerate martialists also headed towards the entrance of the Golden Venerate cave. These Golden Venerate geniuses could be considered true geniuses and would have no problem entering the Golden Venerate cave. However, when it was Yuankong's turn, his gaze lingered on the Heavenly Venerables and Golden Venerables cave entrances. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Venerables, and his fighting strength was terrifying. He probably had the strength to fight against an early-stage Golden Venerables. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. The Golden Venerables cave wasn't difficult for him. However, the Heavenly Venerables cave seemed to be too difficult. Don't bite off more than you can chew. You only have one chance. Perhaps it was because he saw the hesitation in Yuan Kong's eyes, but Yuan Zhao, who was dressed in plain clothes, spoke faintly. His words caused Yuan Kong's body to tremble. "Thank you for your advice. Elder brother." Yuan Kong cupped his hands together. Then he took a step forward and rushed towards the Golden Venerable's cave. Terrifying origin energy poured out of him as he sent the Golden Venerables flying with a punch. Then he flashed into the cave. Soon, all the Golden Venerables had entered the Golden Venerables cave. At that moment, there were only a few thousand warriors left in the open space. Most of them were early-stage Xuanzuan realm warriors. The reason why they hadn't made a move yet was mainly because they weren't confident in their own strength. After all, most early-stage Mystique Venerables were mercilessly killed when they stepped into the Mystique Venerables cave. Only a few lucky ones managed to escape with their lives. "Brother Mo, why haven't you made a move yet?" Zhuowen suddenly asked as he looked in surprise at Mo Lingtian, who hadn't made a move at all. Mo Lingtian smiled faintly. "Brother Zhuo, haven't you made a move yet? Moreover, the three Heavenly Venerables haven't made a move yet. Before we enter, we naturally have to observe the three Heavenly Venerables. Otherwise, we won't be able to see much of the scenery." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. It seemed that Mo Lingtian planned to wait for the three Heavenly Venerables to enter the Heavenly Venerables cave before making a move. Zhuowen also had the same idea. The sun was high in the sky and became even more scorching hot. There were originally a few thousand people left in the open space, but now there were only a few hundred people left. The 5 geniuses of the Qingxian Empire had all finished their tests. What surprised Zhuowen was that Grand Lily and Guosheng had successfully entered the Mystique Venerables cave. As for the other three, they had all been eliminated. Moreover, Huang Fuwuji was the weakest of the five. He had died in the Mystique Venerable's cave. Looking at this scene, the Qing emperor, who was standing in the distance, had an ugly expression. Of the only two geniuses of the Qing Xian imperial family, one had died in the hands of Zhuowen, and the other had died in the outer yard test. It was quite sad. At this moment, the large open space appeared to be rather deserted. It was a stark contrast to the bustling scene from before. Finally, the three heavenly venerables who had been motionless finally moved. The Blue Whale dynasty's crown prince, Yun Zhongyang, stood up, his sharp eyes filled with arrogance. Let me experience the power of this heavenly venerable's Iron Man. With a loud shout, Yun Zhongyang spread his wings like a rock and instantly flew in front of the heavenly venerable's Iron Man. His right hand formed into a claw and fiercely shrouded down, wanting to completely destroy this heavenly venerable's Iron Man. Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree, who were sitting cross-legged in front of the open space, opened their eyes and looked at Yun Zhongyang and the heavenly venerable's Iron Man. This was the first time the heavenly venerable's Iron Man had been challenged. After all, among the 30,000 geniuses, only the three of them had reached the heavenly venerable's level. Are they finally going to make a move? The four old men floating in the air looked sharply at Yun Zhongyang. The reason why the four of them had waited so patiently was because of these three monstrous geniuses. At the age of 25, their cultivation had reached the heavenly venerable's level. They were the top geniuses in the outer yard of the Jiaxin Academy. Therefore, in the hearts of the four old men, the three of them were much more important than the other 30,000 geniuses. Now that one of the three monstrous geniuses, Yun Zhongyang, had made a move, the four old men were naturally watching closely, not letting go of any mistakes. The heavenly venerable's Iron Man was the tallest and thickest of the four. He was 50 feet tall and held a long blade in his hand. The blade emitted a sharp cold light, looking extremely terrifying. Creek. Chapter 968. Terrifying Yuan Jiawush. A terrifying saber radiance flashed. The saber radiance revealed an indomitable sharpness. The sharpness was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to cut and shatter space wherever it passed. The heavenly man unleashed the terrifying saber radiance right from the start. He did not show any mercy and was aiming to take Yun Zhongyang's life. As the saber radiance swept out, the faces of the weaker cultivators on the ground turned pale. Just the sharpness of the saber radiance gave them an illusion that they could not resist. They knew that if they were to face the saber radiance, they would definitely be torn apart. Humph! Yun Zhongyang snorted coldly. His right hand reached out into the air and turned into a claw. He clawed fiercely, and immediately a dark blue energy surged out from his body. It was like a vast ocean as it surrounded him. In the end, it turned into a gigantic blue whale. Blue whale submersion. The coldness in Yun Zhongyang's eyes grew stronger. The gigantic blue whale formed from countless strength chi in front of him roared and suddenly swooped down, rushing towards the celestial sovereign. Boom! When the saber radiance and the blue whale collided, there was an explosion of air waves. However, what shocked everyone was that the blue whale was at a disadvantage under the saber radiance. It retreated step by step and was on the verge of collapsing. Yun Zhongyang frowned. He pressed down with his right hand, and an even more terrifying aura surged out. Then, the surrounding ocean surged with waves that were taller than the previous one. The blue whale's aura became several times stronger along with the terrifying waves. Bang! The sharp saber radiance collapsed inch by inch under the blue whale's aura. It was annihilated into nothingness. The blue whale instantly rushed out and enveloped the heavenly man. Thump, thump, thump. The heavenly man roared angrily and swung his saber. Countless saber radiance flashed and formed a saber radiance hurricane that swept out. Unfortunately, the blue whale's aura was too strong. Even though the saber radiance was terrifying, it was still broken by the blue whale. The heavenly man retreated 3 steps. When the heavenly man retreated, Yun Zhongyang could have taken advantage of this gap to break through the heavenly man's defense and enter the cave. However, Yun Zhongyang did not do so. Instead, he controlled the blue whale and continued to rush towards the heavenly man. It was obvious that Yun Zhongyang wanted to defeat the heavenly man. At the same time, he wanted to show off his talent and strength to the 4 elders floating in the air. This Yun Zhongyang is unruly. He's not satisfied with just passing the heavenly man's cave, and won't give up until he turns the heavenly man into scrap metal. Mo, Lingtian muttered in surprise. Just as Mo Lingtian had guessed, Yun Zhongyang was planning to do exactly that. However, it was obvious that he had made the wrong decision. The Celestial Exalt possessed the strength of a peak Celestial Exalt. Coupled with its steel-like body, it was impossible to destroy the Celestial Exalt. The more Yun Zhongyang fought, the more shocked he became. The sturdiness of the Celestial Venerate's body was beyond his imagination. Even though the blue whale's power was multiplied, it still couldn't break through the Celestial Venerate's body. Instead, because it had angered the Celestial Venerate, the Celestial Venerate went all out and completely suppressed the blue whale. Boom, boom. The heavenly man punched out with his left fist and forced the blue whale to retreat. Then, the saber in his right hand slashed down mercilessly. The heavenly man did not block the blue whale's attack. He only focused on attacking. Boom. Soon, the huge blue whale was turned into blue powder by the heavenly man. Yun Zhongyang's expression turned ugly. Humph. It seems that I have underestimated you. As he spoke, Yun Zhongyang clenched his right hand, and the surrounding ocean surged with monstrous waves. The celestial venerate iron giant that was charging at him stopped in its tracks for a moment before Yun Zhongyang let out a furious roar. He no longer faced the celestial venerate iron giant head-on. Instead, he sped up and entered the celestial venerate iron giant's cave. Yun Zhongyang's talent is not bad. However, his personality is too unruly. If he can change that, he will achieve great things in the future. The skinny old man nodded and praised. The other elders also nodded in agreement. Yun Zhongyang's talent and strength were top-notch, but his personality was a little too arrogant and unruly. Such a state of mind would not be very beneficial to his future development of martial arts. This Yun Zhongyang is asking to be humiliated. How dare he try to destroy the heavenly man? Palm Master of the 10,000 Swords sect said as he slowly stood up. His eyes shone with a sharp sword light. He stood there like a peerless sword. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes fell on Palm Tree. They knew that Palm Tree was ready to make a move. Palm Tree was a sword cultivator, and his combat strength was much stronger than the average warrior. They wondered how Palm Tree would perform. Chi-Ji, who was also a sword cultivator, could not help but look at Palm Tome with his sharp eyes. Although Palm Tome's cultivation was lower than his, Palm Tome had the advantage of being younger and more talented than him. He knew that if Palm Tome successfully entered the outer yard, he would be able to catch up to him in a few years. After all, when Chi-Ji was Palm Tome's age, he was only a golden venerate. Whoosh! Pom did not hesitate in the slightest. She took a step forward and rushed toward the celestial Iron Man cave. Her body exuded an extremely sharp sword light. The sword light was like starlight enveloping Pom. The The heavenly man was still in a frenzy. When he saw Palm Master coming, he roared and slashed out with the long handle in his hand. Countless terrifying sword lights swept out. "Let's see if your blade is stronger or my sword is stronger." Pom let out a long roar and formed a sword sign in his hand. A sharp longsword appeared in his hand. Pom then slashed the longsword in front of him. Countless sword lights flashed and turned into a sword light storm. Sword force. Zhuo Wen, who was in the open space, was slightly startled when he saw the palm tree slash out with its sword. Soon after, a solemn expression appeared on his face. This palm tree was not simple. It had actually comprehended the force of heaven and earth. Moreover, it had comprehended the force of heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal clashing echoed intensely. Then, the blade light of the heavenly venerate was instantly extinguished by the palm sword aura. Then, the heavenly venerate was pushed back by the sword aura, a deep sword wound appearing on its chest. His physical body is really strong. My sword force could only leave a sword mark on his body. Palm Master frowned. He knew that it was not worth it to spend so much energy on the heavenly man. He wasn't like Yun Zhongyang, who was arrogant and wanted to show off. Therefore, the pom sword changed its stance and turned into a thick layer of sword rain in front of him. His entire body turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the cave entrance. The Iron Man seemed to have some intelligence. He knew that the pom sword was not to be trifled with, so he did not give chase. Palm Master is even more talented than Yun Zhongyang. He actually comprehended the force of sword. Although his personality is a bit arrogant, he is still much better than Yun Zhongyang. His potential is even greater than Yun Zhongyang's. He is worthy of our outer yard's nurturing. The four old men looked at each other and saw a hint of joy in each other's eyes. Originally, they were already very satisfied with Yun Zhongyang's talent and potential, but Palm's performance was even more powerful. Naturally, they were extremely excited. I wonder how Yuan Zhao is. This child looks ordinary, but he's actually hiding his strength. Even I can't see through Yuan Zhao. The tall and skinny elder's gaze suddenly landed on Yuan Zhao, who was dressed in plain clothes, as he spoke. "We will know when we see him. Yuan Zhao is the strongest genius of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty, after all. Moreover, the Alcade Sacred Dynasty is the leader of the four sacred dynasties. He won't be any weaker than Palm Master." The other three old men nodded. After Palm Master left, Yuan Zhao slowly stood up. His eyes were as indifferent as water from the beginning. Yuan Zhao's every move attracted everyone's attention. Naturally, they also wanted to know if the last heavenly venerate freak would be able to surprise them. Whoosh! Yuan Zhao took a step forward and appeared in front of the heavenly man as if he had teleported. He quietly looked down at the heavenly man. With a roar, the heavenly venerate spun his long saber. Saber chi swept out, creating a gust of saber light and sword shadow that shot towards Yuan Zhao. The heavenly venerate was infuriated after two people had passed through his cave. Now that Yuan Zhao was here, he naturally vented his anger on him. Hence, he used his full strength from the get-go. Yuan Zhao quietly floated in the air. His expression was still as indifferent as water. He didn't seem to be surprised by the terrifying blade hurricane that was sweeping towards him. Yuan Zhao finally made his move when the blade gale neared him. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it. Strangely, the space before him seemed to have been displaced, and the blade gale was actually torn into pieces. "Die!" Yuan Zhao spat out this word calmly. Then he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and a strange force descended. It was an invisible force, and the heavenly honorable metal man froze. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it shattered into countless pieces of metal. Whoosh! Yuan Zhao patted his sleeves. His gaze was still indifferent and calm. He then slowly entered the Heavenly Man's cave. The entire open space fell into silence. Everyone's gaze was focused on the countless pieces of metal at the entrance of the cave. They still felt like they were dreaming. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. The celestial Venerate Metal Man was not a mystique Venerate Metal Man. Its body was tens or even hundreds of times harder than a mystique Venerate Metal Man. Yun Zhongyang and Pom Pom, the two celestial Venerate monsters, had not been able to shatter the celestial Venerate Metal Man, but Yuan Zhao had effortlessly torn it into pieces. The crowd wasn't stupid. They all knew what this meant. Yuan Zhao's strength was much stronger than Palm Master and Yun Zhongyang. Middle stage Heavenly Master, Yuan Zhao's cultivation has reached the middle stage Heavenly Master. This kid has been hiding his cultivation. He only showed his true strength when he faced the Heavenly Man. Chapter 9, 69. Choosing the Heavenly Venerate Iron Man cave. The remaining hundreds of cultivators in the open space were all shocked. Yuan Zhao's strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. He had actually destroyed the Heavenly Venerate Iron Man cave in one move. Yuan Zhao's cultivation was at the intermediate Heavenly Venerate realm. He was stronger than Yun Zhongyang and Palm Deva, but he had concealed his cultivation and kept a low profile. Whether it was his temperament or strength, Yuan Zhao was much stronger than Yun Zhongyang and Palm Deva. He was terrifyingly powerful. Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes, and a cautious look appeared on his face. Yuan Zhao's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, this kind of person who knew how to hide himself was much more terrifying and frightening than the average warrior. Geniuses who can reach the Heavenly Venerate realm before the age of 25 are indeed extraordinary. This is a true peerless genius. Mo Lingtian's eyes were filled with envy as he muttered to himself. Zhuo nodded in agreement. Whether it was Yun Zhongyang, Palm Deva, or Yuan Zhao, the three of them could be said to be dragons among men. They were like cranes in a flock of chickens among more than 30,000 cultivators. They had left the other cultivators far behind. Zhuo knew that if he were to face these three monstrous geniuses, he would only have a chance if he used the power of the demonic Dao. However, this was Zhuo's trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. Brother Zhuo, since the three monstrous geniuses have finished their tests, I think it's time for me to go in. Mo Lingtian smiled at Zhuo. He took a step forward and flew towards the Iron Man cave. What surprised Zhuo was that Mo Lingtian was actually heading towards the Golden Venerate Iron Man cave. A peak sovereign challenging the Golden Venerate Iron Man cave. Is this person courting death? There were only a few hundred cultivators left in the open space. Naturally, they noticed Mo Lingtian's actions, and their eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Previously, there had already been a peak sovereign who had challenged the Golden Venerate Iron Man cave in order to obtain better resources. Of course, the final outcome was that the peak sovereign genius had been blasted into smithereens by the Golden Venerate Iron Man cave. Therefore, Mo Lingtian's action of charging towards the Golden Venerate Iron Man cave was an act of overestimating his own strength and seeking death. The four old men who were about to leave also noticed Mo Lingtian's actions and stopped in their tracks. The Golden Venerate Heavenly Venerate Iron Man cave was the Heavenly Venerate Iron Man cave. They had seen the three monstrous geniuses, so they naturally wouldn't stay here for long. However, Mo Lingtian's actions of challenging those above his level had piqued the interest of the four elders. Since they were not in a hurry to leave, they might as well see if Mo Lingtian could pass the Golden Exalted Iron Man cave. Roar! The golden venerate Iron Man roared and swung his 3-foot spear towards Emo Lingtian. He wanted to annihilate Emo Lingtian completely. Emo Lingtian was as calm as still water. He stomped his foot in the air and terrifying flames surged out, surrounding Emo Lingtian's body. The flames looked extremely strange. They were purplish-blue in color. Furthermore, the purplish-blue flames were constantly converging and flickering like blooming violets. They looked noble and mysterious. It's actually the purple flame. This is one of the top 3 earth fires in terms of power. It's extremely terrifying. Emo Lingtian's luck is pretty good to be able to obtain such an earth fire. Zhuowen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement when he saw the purple flame surrounding Emo Lingtian. Zhuowen had a total of 8 earth fires, but none of them were as powerful as the purple flame. Only the fire of the sun, which was much more powerful than ordinary earth fires, might be comparable to the purple flame. Zhuowen also knew that the Flame Emperor should have a unique secret technique to use the flames. Emo Lingtian was the most outstanding disciple of the Flame Emperor. Naturally, he could use the earth fire to the point of perfection. Furthermore, he could use it better than Zhuowen. Boom! Countless purplish-blue sparks spread out like 100 blooming flowers. The 3-foot spear stabbed into the countless sparks and suddenly stopped. It was actually obstructed by the countless sparks and couldn't move an inch further. Purple flower bloom. Emo Lingtian's indifferent voice rang out. Then, the 100 flowers slowly bloomed and the temperature rose to the extreme. However, when the countless purple flowers bloomed to the extreme, they all exploded. The power of the 100 flowers gathered together and formed a terrifying power that could shatter heaven and earth. Deng, deng, deng. Even though the golden Exalt Metal Man's aura was vast, he was still forced to take a few steps back by this power. Emo Lingtian naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity and entered the cave in a flash. This kid is not bad. The 4 old men nodded, but that was all. Up until now, only Yin Zhongyang, Palm Master, and Yuan Zhao were able to make them reveal expressions of praise. The others had not amazed them to such an extent. Emo Lingtian's entry caused quite a commotion in the open space, but it didn't last for long. After all, after the strong performance of the 3 heavenly exalts, Emo Lingtian's performance paled in comparison. No one felt shocked. After Emo Lingtian left, Qi Ji slowly stood up and cupped his hands towards the 4 elders in the sky. For instructors, the group of people that I'm in charge of have all finished their tests, so I'm preparing to wait at the entrance of the Iron Man cave. For instructors, the group of people that I'm in charge of have also finished their tests and are planning to head to the entrance of the Iron Man cave. Hu Jia stepped out and similarly spoke. Since the people that you 2 are in charge of have finished their tests, then you 2 can go. The skinny old man nodded and said with a wave of his sleeve. Qi Ji and Hu Jia heard this and cupped their hands. Qi Ji directly left, while Hu Jia said a few words to Cheng Dong and also left the open space. Cheng Dong, there are still more than 200 people left in the group that you're in charge of. Do you still want to continue the test? The skinny old man turned his head and suddenly asked Cheng Dong. The skinny old man could tell with a glance that the remaining 200 people in the group that Cheng Dong was in charge of were basically all at the early stages of the Xuanzuan realm and the early stages of the Sovereign realm. They were all weaker warriors. The main reason why they hadn't entered the Iron Man cave yet was because they weren't confident in their own strength. They were afraid that they would be killed by the Iron Man if they weren't careful. Cheng Dong looked at the 200 people behind him with a headache and secretly cursed his bad luck. Why did the geniuses that he was in charge of have such poor quality? Moreover, It was fine if they were poor, but why didn't they even have the courage to enter the Iron Man cave? "Let me do it." Suddenly, a calm voice sounded. Immediately after, a slender young man walked out from the crowd that was still hesitating. This young man had shoulder-length black hair and a rather fair face. Although he wasn't a beautiful man, he was still pleasing to the eye. This person was Zhuowen. Now that the test had come to an end, Zhuowen naturally couldn't stay any longer. "So, it's you. Be careful. This Iron Man cave isn't easy to pass. If you can't pass it, you can give up. This way, you won't have to throw your life in vain." Cheng Dong naturally recognized Zhuowen. During the basic test, Zhuowen accidentally broke Wu Sheng's blood crystal. It was Cheng Dong who took out his blood crystal to shut Wu Sheng up. Zhuowen nodded and said politely, "Thank you for your reminder, Senior." After saying that, Zhuowen rushed towards the Iron Man cave, while Cheng Dong nodded his head. Although the young man in front of him was at the middle stage of the sovereign realm, he knew that this child shouldn't be too simple. However, Cheng Dong was still quite depressed. Whether it was Qi Ji or Hu Jia, the group of people they were in charge of had all passed through the Empyrean Iron Man cave. Only the group of people he was in charge of, Cheng Dong, had not passed through the Empyrean Iron Man cave. Furthermore, after the end of this recruitment, Cheng Dong, would undoubtedly obtain much less benefits than Hu Jia and Qi Ji. However, he also knew that this recruitment also depended on luck. After all, the 3 testing grounds were placed there and could not be moved. It was their freedom to take the test in any plaza. It was just that Cheng Dong was too unlucky. Not a single one of the 3 great Empyrean monsters came to the plaza he was in charge of. What is this kid doing? Why did he go to the Empyrean Iron Man cave? Is there something wrong with his head? That's right. A mere sovereign realm warrior actually went to the Empyrean Iron Man cave. Is he courting death? Suddenly, an uproar broke out in the open space, immediately waking up Cheng Dong, who was still in deep thought. Following that, Cheng Dong was shocked to see that Zhuowen was actually rushing towards the Empyrean Iron Man cave. After that, Zhuowen stood in front of the cave entrance. "Junior brother, you've walked into the wrong cave. You're standing in the Empyrean Iron Man cave, and you're only at the middle stage of the sovereign realm. Don't go up there to court death." Cheng Dong was stunned for a moment, then immediately advised Zhuowen. A sovereign realm challenging an Empyrean Iron Man. This was a joke, right? This had never happened since the opening of the Divine Academy's outer court. The most monstrous genius was a golden sovereign realm warrior challenging an Empyrean Iron Man cave. A sovereign realm warrior challenging an Empyrean Iron Man cave was definitely courting death. "Senior Cheng Dong, I didn't walk into the wrong cave. I want to challenge the Empyrean Iron Man cave." Zhuowen didn't feel that there was anything wrong as he smiled faintly. When Cheng Dong heard this, the first thought that came to his mind was that Zhuowen definitely had something wrong with his head. A sovereign realm warrior challenging an Empyrean Iron Man cave was actually a disguised form of suicide. However, Zhuowen didn't wait for Cheng Dong to speak. Instead, he raised his head and stared at the 4 old men above. "Seniors, please release another Empyrean Iron Man cave. This kid would like to test the might of the Empyrean Iron Man cave." The 4 old men's faces twitched. In their opinion, Zhuowen's actions were also courting death. Among the 4 sovereigns, there were some monstrous geniuses who could challenge an Empyrean Iron Man cave. However, the 4 old men had never seen someone who could challenge an Empyrean Iron Man cave. Of course, they didn't think that there would be any monstrous genius who could challenge an Empyrean Iron Man cave. After all, the gap between a golden sovereign and an Empyrean Iron Man cave was already huge enough not to mention the gap between a sovereign realm and an Empyrean Iron Man cave. You have to pay a price to challenge an Empyrean Iron Man cave. Do you think you can bear such a price? You should know that if you're careless and lose, you might die. The skinny old man narrowed his eyes. This kid naturally knows that. This is a decision I've made after careful consideration. Zhuowen said faintly, in that case, this old man won't persuade you. You're on your own now. Chapter 970. Breaking through, the four elders' faces were cold. The tall and skinny elder had advised Zhuowen not to overestimate himself and lose his life. However, the young man in front of them didn't appreciate their advice and insisted on challenging the Honorable Heavenly Metal Man Cave. How could they be nice to him? After all, they had far more experience than this young man in front of them. Moreover, they had stayed in the outer court for a long time, so they had seen all sorts of geniuses. But they had never seen a martial artist jump 2 levels to challenge an Empyrean Iron Man when they had just entered. This had nothing to do with courage, but it was a kind of courting death. Moreover, Zhuowen's persistence made them feel that their dignity had been affected. Therefore, they were a little impatient and sneered in their hearts. Chengdong, arrange for the remaining people to take the test. After the test, head to the exit of the Iron Man cave. We will go to the exit and wait for the results. The skinny and tall old man instructed Chengdong. Immediately, he glanced indifferently at Zhuo when before leading the other 3 old men and leaving this place. Chengdong responded respectfully and immediately transmitted his voice to Zhuowen. Junior brother, stop fooling around and come down quickly. The Honorable Heavenly Metal Man Cave hasn't been activated yet. It's not too late to regret. Your strength should be pretty good. If you want to challenge the Honorable Heavenly Metal Man Cave, you will definitely be able to enter. Why risk your life to challenge the Honorable Heavenly Metal Man Cave? Zhuowen shook his head and said, Senior brother, don't worry, I'm just giving it a try. If I can't pass, I'll just give up on the outer court's quota. In fact, Zhuowen's main goal was the resources in the Honorable Heavenly Metal Man Cave. After all, the 4 caves were divided into 4 levels, and the resources stored in each level were definitely better than the previous one. Now, ordinary spirit treasures and medicines weren't of much use to Zhuowen. After all, his strength far surpassed his cultivation. Things that were suitable for a supreme being realm martial artist weren't suitable for Zhuowen. And with Zhuowen's personality, he would naturally use the best. Thus, he had already decided to enter the Empyrean Iron Man Cave. Chengdong felt a little helpless. However, since Zhuowen had already said so, it would be unreasonable for him to continue persuading him. Therefore, he could only silently watch as Zhuowen walked towards the Heavenly Venerate Iron statue. The 200 people standing behind Chengdong all had sneers on their faces. Their thoughts were similar to Chengdong's. Zhuowen's behavior was simply courting death, so they treated it as a joke. In fact, the scene of Zhuowen being smashed into a bloody pulp by the celestial venerate began to appear in many people's minds. The ridicule in their hearts grew even more intense. Whoosh! Zhuowen held a bloody spear in his hand. At the same time, the mind power in his Naiwen palace gushed out and summoned the infinite sword array to revolve around his body. The Heavenly Venerate Iron statue was very strong, so Zhuowen naturally didn't dare to be careless. Chengdong also saw the infinite sword array around Zhuowen and muttered, he's actually a grade 5 Arcana Master. No wonder he wants to challenge the Heavenly Venerate Iron statue. Chengdong was rather surprised that Zhuowen possessed mind power. However, he still wasn't too optimistic about Zhuowen. After all, the gap between the Supreme Being realm and the Heavenly Venerate realm wasn't something that mind power could make up for. Roar! The heavenly venerate iron statue roared. The new heavenly venerate iron statue wielded two meteor hammers. With a swing of its hands, the meteor hammers turned into two streams of light that swept towards Zhuowen. It wanted to completely crush Zhuowen to death. Thousand Sword style. Zhuowen formed a sword seal with his right hand, and the infinite sword array split into 1,000 giant swords. Then, the 1,000 giant swords fiercely flew out and swept towards the meteor hammers that had turned into two streams of light. Bang! 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 The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. Then, Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he discovered that the two streams of light were extremely powerful. The 1,000 giant swords couldn't even leave a single mark on their bodies. Many of the giant swords were even blocked and sent flying by the terrifying streams of light. Zhuowen took 3 steps back. The sword seal in his right hand changed again as he roared, "Flowing sword style, block for me." Suddenly, the 1,000 giant swords turned into streaks of sword light. These streaks of sword light began to rotate continuously, forming a terrifying storm of sword light. At the same time, Zhuowen took a step forward, and the bloody spear in his hand pierced forward. It turned into an illusory bloody light that swept towards the two streams of light. Boom! Boom! The storm of sword light swept out and blocked one of the meteor hammers in the stream of light. Zhuowen displayed the Azura blood spear style and summoned an endless sea of blood. He stepped on the sea of blood and swept towards the other stream of light without fear. Spear style. Chengdong's eyes were sharp. Naturally, he saw the power of the spear style that Zhuowen displayed. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. First, it was a 5th grade mental strength. Now, it was the power of the force of heaven and earth. The young man in front of him had great talent and potential. No wonder he was so arrogant and wanted to challenge the Iron Man. However, Chengdong shook his head secretly. With the means that Zhuowen had displayed, Chengdong knew that if the former strength had reached the Golden Venerable Realm, the chances of him succeeding in challenging the Iron Man would be very high. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the Sovereign Realm. The crowd behind Chengdong also saw Zhuowen's extraordinariness, and each of them revealed a surprised expression. Bang! Zhuowen displayed the Azura blood spear style. With a swing of the bloody spear, the sea of blood swept out along the tip of the spear and slammed heavily on the meteor hammers. Then Zhuowen discovered that there was an extremely terrifying force coming from his hands. Deng! 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 Zhuowen involuntarily retreated a dozen steps under the tremendous force. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was faintly ruptured, and cherry-red blood flowed out. What a terrifying force! Zhuowen's pupils shrank. The tremendous force contained in the meteor hammers shocked even him. Looking at Zhuowen, who was at a disadvantage, Chengdong shook his head and whispered, "After all, the difference in cultivation is too great." The remaining 200 people had already recovered from their shock. At this moment, when they saw Zhuowen in such a sorry state, the mockery on their faces became even more intense. These 200 people were the weakest, and the weakest in the group that Chengdong was in charge of. Therefore, they did not dare to take the test. They were afraid that they would fail and die, or they would be eliminated if they failed. Earlier, when they saw how powerful Zhuowen was, they felt a trace of discomfort in their hearts. In fact, since Zhuowen didn't make a move for so long, they had already classified Zhuowen as someone like them. Now, the person that they thought to be one of them had suddenly erupted with such great strength. Anyone would be surprised. However, after the surprise, they felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Or rather, they could not bear to see others doing well. They could not wait for Zhuowen to die in the hands of the Iron Man. Roar! While Zhuowen was doing his best to resist the power of the meteor hammer, the Iron Man also moved. He directly rushed towards Zhuowen and arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. He grabbed the meteor hammer that stopped in front of Zhuowen, raised it high, and hammered it down fiercely. This kid is finished. Looking at the meteor hammer that was raised high, many people in the open space ridiculed without any scruples. Dragon's aura. Zhuowen, who was suppressed, was extremely calm at this moment. He did not show any fear because of the meteor hammer that was about to fall. A ray of light shot out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Then, a huge three-legged cauldron appeared in front of Zhuowen. Then, a dragon's roar resounded from the huge cauldron. The moment the dragon's roar sounded, a huge dragon's aura gushed out from the cauldron. There were a total of 81 dragons' aura, and each dragon's aura was 100 feet long. They intertwined with each other, forming a dragon sea. It was a huge sea formed by many huge dragons. Boom! The meteor hammer heavily smashed down, hitting the dragon's aura. Then it stopped on the surface of the aura, unable to move an inch. It blocked it. This is this kid's armor soul. Looking at this scene, Chung Dong could not help but be stunned. He stared at the 81 dragons' aura and the huge cauldron below the dragon's aura as he muttered softly, "Now is the time." The instant the meteor hammer froze, Zhuo Wen's eyes flashed. Then 3 pairs of lightning wings sprouted from his back. He turned into an illusory thunderbolt and circled around the Iron Man, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. As for the dragon's aura and the greater infinite sword formation, naturally, Zhuowen withdrew them the moment he went around the Iron Man. Zhuowen, who used the 6 wings of Tempest, was too fast. It was so fast that even the Iron Man did not expect it. Therefore, when Zhuowen completely disappeared from the cauldron, the Iron Man looked around in confusion. However, there was no sign of Zhuowen at all. At that moment, the empty space fell into an extremely strange silence. Whether it was Chung Dong or the 200 people behind him, they all stared at the entrance of the Iron Man cauldron in a daze. Until now, they still could not believe that Zhuowen had entered the Iron Man cauldron so easily. This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, he is very good at using his advantage of speed. He did not confront the Iron Man head-on. Chung Dong slowly came back to his senses. Soon after, his eyes were filled with excitement. Originally, he thought that among the group of people he was in charge of, no one would be able to enter the Iron Man cauldron. However, Zhuowen had given him a big surprise. I wonder what the 4 mentors will think if they see Zhuowen at the entrance of the Iron Man cauldron. Chung Dong muttered softly. He actually began to look forward to the reaction of the 4 elders at the entrance of the Iron Man cauldron. After all, the 4 elders were extremely dissatisfied with Zhuowen's actions of entering the Iron Man cauldron. He actually made it through? Isn't this too unreal? A mid-stage, Supreme Being Martialist actually made it through the Iron Man cauldron? The remaining 200 people in the empty space were in an uproar. Zhuowen had actually made it through the Iron Man cauldron. Many of them even thought that they were dreaming. Could it be that the new Iron Man cauldron is just a facade and doesn't have the strength of a heavenly being? Suddenly, a mid-stage Supreme Being Martialist questioned. He took a step forward and also rushed towards the Iron Man cauldron. Zhuowen was a mid-stage Supreme Being. He was also a mid-stage Supreme Being. He began to suspect if there was a problem with the Iron Man cauldron that the skinny elder had taken out. Chapter 971. Blood Soul Tree looking at the mid-stage sovereign youth that was instantly blasted into smithereens, the other cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed like this heavenly sovereign was a genuine heavenly sovereign expert. In other words, Zhuowen was indeed in the hands of this heavenly sovereign. He didn't cheat at all to pass through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave. After recovering from their shock, everyone in the open space fell into silence. Chung Dong turned around and said to everyone in a clear voice, "Now, only you are left. If you do not wish to take the test, you can also give up. I, Chung Dong, will not make things difficult for you." Everyone looked at each other and actually chose to forfeit. Their cultivation and strength were the weakest, so they didn't have any confidence in passing through the Iron Man cave. Therefore, they simply forfeited. Looking at over 200 people who chose to forfeit, Chung Dong's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. He knew that the martial path of these 200 people would end here. Although the martial path placed great importance on aptitude and talent, perseverance and unyielding qualities were more important than aptitude. If one chose to yield in the face of difficulties, then if one could yield once, they could yield a second time. By accumulating experience, one's spine would eventually be bent. Only those who were unyielding and unyielding, even if the road ahead was filled with difficulties and thorns, would be able to reach higher achievements. Aptitude was only determined by one's birth. It only made one's path smoother and had a higher starting point than others. But if one didn't have an unyielding and courageous character, what was the use of having a higher starting point? In the end, one would only be at the starting point because one didn't have the courage to step out and walk on the thorny road. However, this was their choice. Although Chung Dong felt that it was a pity, he didn't force them. He only arranged for the remaining 200 people to be sent out of the main city. Then, he rushed towards the exit of the Iron Man cave. In the deep passageway, a ghost-like figure continuously passed through, after which it suddenly stopped at a corner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the figure stopped, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Soon after, from the barrier at the corner, arrow shadows flew out. The cold light was piercing and bone-chilling. The figure coldly snorted, and a powerful mental energy gushed out, forming a solid mental energy barrier around his body. Clang, clang. Countless arrows that emitted a cold glint landed on the spiritual barrier. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp, and all of them froze. Then, under the control of this person, these arrows flew in the opposite direction and pierced into the rock wall. This is already the 5th wave of arrows. There are arrow traps at every corner of this tunnel. The person stopped and said with a cold gaze. Upon closer inspection, this person was tall and slender with a fair complexion. He was around 20 years old and was none other than Zhuowen, who had entered the celestial worthy Iron Man cave. After entering the Iron Man cave, Zhuowen found that the structure of the Iron Man cave was extremely complicated, and there were countless branches. Therefore, after entering the Iron Man cave, Zhuowen randomly chose a branch and directly rushed in. He knew very well that the Iron Man cave was constructed this way mainly to prevent the geniuses who had worked hard to enter the Iron Man cave from bumping into each other. Otherwise, if they were to fight over resources, it would be easy for both sides to suffer. Moreover, from the 4 old men's words, Zhuowen could also guess that there should be a lot of resources in the Iron Man cave. Therefore, he mainly relied on his own luck to obtain them. However, because Zhuowen had entered the Heavenly Sovereign's Iron Man cave, there were only 4 people among the 30,000 who could enter the Heavenly Sovereign's Iron Man cave. They were Yun Zhongyang, Palm Master, Yuan Zhao, and Zhuowen. Therefore, relatively speaking, Zhuowen's chances of encountering other cultivators in the cave were very low. At that time, the cave was filled with traps, and Zhuowen had to be careful. After all, not long after entering, he had already encountered 5 waves of arrow traps. He did not know what other traps were waiting for him. before entering the Iron Man cave. The four old men did not seem to mention a time limit. In other words, you don't have to leave too early. You can search for more resources in here. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in Zhuowen's mind, causing him to nod. After 4 hours of walking, Zhuowen finally walked out of the endless tunnel and arrived at a rather spacious stone hall. What surprised Zhuowen was that the ceiling of the rather spacious stone hall was actually open air. Intense white light seeped out from the ceiling, causing the stone hall to appear rather bright. In the center of the stone hall was a towering tree. The tree was so thick that it would take 10 people to wrap their arms around it. Its thick roots were exposed to the soil, and the tree gave off an extremely dense presence of life. What a dense presence of life! Just what is this towering tree? Stepping into the stone hall, Zhuowen stared at the towering tree in front of him. A sliver of caution appeared on his face. I don't know either. Go take a look. However, the presence of life within the tree is extremely dense. Perhaps there's something good inside, Xiao Hei said cautiously. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He slowly approached the towering tree in the center of the stone hall. Furthermore, Zhuowen discovered that the closer he got to the center of the stone hall, the denser the presence of life emitted by the towering tree. At the same time, Zhuowen also felt more relaxed and happy. Attracted by the presence of life, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. There must be something good inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to emit such a dense presence of life. Zhuowen's eyes were blazing as he muttered to himself. After a while, Zhuowen arrived at the roots of the towering tree. At this moment, Zhuowen discovered that the roots of the towering tree were actually pulsating above the soil, just like the blood vessels of a human. These roots are quite strange. They can actually pulsate continuously. Could it be that there's blood inside, just like a human? Zhuowen said with some astonishment. Kid, this dragon lord knows what this thing is. Hurry up and run. This is not something good. I really didn't think that there would be something like this in the Iron Man cave. Just as Zhuowen was feeling rather curious about the strange roots of the towering tree, Xiao Hei suddenly shouted. His voice was filled with vigilance and surprise, as if he had seen something terrifying. Zhuowen was startled. He felt that Xiao Hei's behavior was rather strange. He hurriedly asked, Xiao Hei, what's the matter with you being so flustered? What is the origin of this towering tree? Kid, don't bother about the origin of this tree. Hurry up and run. This is called the blood soul tree. It is an evil plant that specializes in sucking the blood and souls of living creatures. Once a human comes close, this thing will open its fangs like a cat that has smelled blood. Just as Xiao Hei finished speaking, a strange, muffled sound came from the towering tree. Then, the originally quiet towering tree changed drastically. 2 blood-red pupils grew out of the trunk, and the green leaves on the branches turned into bloody human heads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Zhuowen could even react, the pulsating roots under his feet rushed out and surrounded Zhuowen. In an instant, Zhuowen was enveloped. The moment Zhuowen was submerged by the countless roots, another figure walked out from another passage. This person's eyes were filled with arrogance. It was the crown prince of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty, Yun Zhongyang. Blood Soul Tree? Why is there such a thing in the Iron Man cave? Looking at the strange tree full of human heads, Yun Zhongyang's expression changed slightly. However, he did not approach the Blood Soul Tree. Even if it was him, if he was entangled by the Blood Soul Tree, he would have to pay a great price to escape. He did not want to take the risk. Looking at the Blood Soul Tree's form, I'm afraid it has caught its prey. I wonder which unlucky fellow dared to approach such an evil plant. He must be courting death. Yun Zhongyang's eyes flickered. Then he slowly retreated and disappeared into the passage. Looking at the countless roots that were entangled around him, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect that the towering tree that looked full of vitality was actually such an evil blood soul tree. Great Sun Nirvana Law, 8 times Azura Blood Spear Force. Zhuowen snorted coldly. In an instant, he transformed into his 4-headed, 8-armed form. Then, 8 spears appeared in his hands. At the same time, he displayed 8 Azura Blood Spear Force. Terrifying power crushed out, and the surrounding space was crushed. Uffed. In an instant, the countless roots that surrounded Zhuowen were torn into pieces by the tremendous power. Bright red blood spurted out from the roots. The roots of the blood soul tree were like human blood vessels. There was bright red blood in them. After tearing apart the roots, Zhuowen took a step forward and instantly flew out of the encirclement of the countless roots. Then, he displayed the Azura Blood Spear Force. The blood that spurted out from the roots was immediately absorbed by Zhuowen's spear force, turning into a sea of blood. "You are my food. Don't go." An indistinct voice came from the Blood Soul tree. Soon after, countless branches on the Blood Soul tree drilled out. At the end of the branches were human heads with long tongues sticking out as they rushed towards Zhuowen. It was an extremely strange sight. Zhuowen's gaze was chilling. His 8 arms continued to display the power of the Azura Blood Spear. Suddenly, the human heads and branches on the Blood Soul tree were all cut down by Zhuowen's long spear. However, the branches of the Blood Soul tree seemed to be endless. After one branch was cut off, there were countless more branches that came one after the other. Zhuowen's face turned ugly. Fortunately, in his 4-headed, 8-armed form, Zhuowen could observe his surroundings very carefully. There were no blind spots. He was able to withstand the attack of the countless human head branches. Chapter 972. Blood Soul Tree's Core. This Blood Soul tree is so thick. Who knows how many living beings' blood and souls it has absorbed? Who knows how powerful and terrifying its vitality is? If you want to fight a battle of attrition with it, you are simply courting death. Xiaohe sneered. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. He said through voice transmission, "Everything has a weakness. It's impossible that this Blood Soul tree doesn't have a weakness, right?" Of course it has a weakness. The main trunk of the Blood Soul tree contains a blood red core. That thing is the core power of the Blood Soul tree. All the energy is extracted from the blood red core. Xiaohe's voice became extremely solemn. He said, "Looking at the trunk of the Blood Soul tree, it has probably lived for hundreds of years. It will be very difficult for you to get close to the Blood Soul tree. Since it's very difficult, let's break out of the encirclement and leave this place." Zhuowen nodded and said solemnly, "Sai, don't you want the blood-red core of the Blood Soul tree? The core contains extremely powerful vitality. It is a holy medicine for healing. As long as you don't die, you can rely on the vitality of the core to recover." Xiaohe suddenly smiled. Zhuowen glared at Xiaohe and said, "The one you really want is yourself, right? You actually didn't forget to pull me up." Xiaohe scratched his head and chuckled. "Not entirely. The vitality of the Blood Soul tree's core is useless to me. However, other than the vitality, there are also the souls of many living beings that the Blood Soul tree has absorbed over the years. Those souls have been refined into surging soul energy by the Blood Soul tree. They are great nourishment for a spiritual body." At this point, Black's small eyes emitted a dazzling light. However, this caused Zhuowen to look at him with disdain. Xiaohe always spoke in a dignified manner, as if everything was for Zhuowen's sake. In fact, he wanted it, but could not bring himself to ask for it. He could only use such an excuse. However, Zhuowen did not expose him. Xiaohe was right. The surging vitality of the Blood Soul Tree's core was indeed very beneficial to him. Core, I would like to see how the Blood Soul Tree can stop me, Zhuowen. As Zhuowen spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. He had 4 heads and 8 arms, and he held 8 weapons in each hand. His entire body was enveloped in a sea of blood. He looked like an Asura that had walked out of hell, as he instantly rushed towards the main trunk of the Blood Soul Tree. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Perhaps sensing Zhuowen's intentions, the Blood Soul Tree let out a shrill cry. Tens of thousands of heads and branches rushed towards Zhuowen without any regard for their lives. They completely surrounded Zhuowen, not allowing him to get close at all. Swoosh, swoosh. There were too many branches in the surroundings. Even though Zhuowen had 4 heads and 8 arms, it was still extremely difficult for him to deal with them. This time, the Blood Soul Tree's attack was dozens of times stronger than before. Divine Sun Cauldron, come out. Greater Limitless Sword Formation, block it. Helpless, Zhuowen used the Divine Sun Cauldron and the Greater Limitless Sword Formation in order to block the numerous branches around him. However, as time passed, Zhuowen realized that even the Divine Sun Cauldron and the Greater Limitless Sword Formation were unable to block it. They began to totter. This Blood Soul Tree is so terrifying. Zhuowen's face was slightly pale as he said gloomily, "Kid, since we're already at this stage, don't hold back anymore. Hurry up and use the bedevilment power," Xiaohe said anxiously. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. This Blood Soul Tree was indeed very difficult to deal with. If Zhuowen did not use the bedevilment power, it would really be difficult to break through. Boom! A terrifying demonic aura surged out. Following that, Zhuowen retracted his 4 heads and 8 arms. A thick blood aura began to surge out from his body. Following that, his black hair turned blood red, and his black pupils turned blood red. Zhuowen entered the bedevilment state and used the power of the first layer of the demonic path. His aura instantly rose to an extremely terrifying level. The aura of the demonic path of massacre spread throughout the entire stone hall. Under the influence of this terrifying demonic path of massacre, the originally rampant human head branches actually stopped for a moment. Zhuowen roared angrily and waved the blood-red spear in his hand. Countless blood-red spear shadows spread out, and the tens of thousands of heads and branches in the surroundings were all turned into clouds of blood mist under the attack of these spear shadows. A sharp scream spread throughout the entire stone hall. This was the painful howl of the Blood Soul Tree. With just one spear, the surrounding human head branches that were sweeping towards the Blood Soul Tree were annihilated. After Zhuowen entered the bedevilment state, his strength skyrocketed to a terrifying level. It was so terrifying that even the Blood Soul Tree began to fear him. After breaking through the surrounding branches, Zhuowen continued to rush towards the main trunk of the Blood Soul Tree. Although there were branches and vines blocking his way from time to time, Zhuowen had already entered the bedevilment state. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. The originally tough, human head branches were no different from paper in front of Zhuowen. Swoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen arrived in front of the main trunk. At that moment, the originally lush Blood Soul Tree was now bare. The flourishing human head branches were almost all cut off by Zhuowen. Only the bare main trunk was left. Woo-woo! Spare my life. At that moment, the Blood Soul Tree became weak. Its voice was filled with fear. The human in front of it was too terrifying. Its strength was not very strong at first. It was besieged by his branches and was forced to retreat. However, for some unknown reason, the human in front of it suddenly emitted a terrifying demonic aura. In an instant, all the human head branches were cut off. Now, only the bare main trunk was left. It had no choice but to beg for mercy. Otherwise, it would definitely die. Hand over the heart core, and I will spare your life. Zhuowen said indifferently, Woo-woo, the heart core is the essence of my life. If it is taken away, I will not be able to live for long. The blood soul tree said, hesitantly, hand it over, and you can live for a while. If you don't, you will die immediately. Zhuowen said coldly. The main trunk of the blood soul tree twisted. Its crimson eyes were filled with pleading and fear. It even nodded its head continuously in a very human-like manner. It begged for mercy in a low voice, asking Zhuowen not to take away the heart core. Uffed, Zhuowen swung his crimson spear and stabbed it into the main trunk of the blood soul tree. Immediately, blood spurted out. Then, the blood soul tree kept wailing. I will count to 3. If you don't hand it over, you will not have any chance, Zhuowen said indifferently. The blood soul tree frowned. Its crimson eyes were filled with hesitation. Zhuowen's method was very decisive. It had to hand it over even if it did not want to. 1. 2. At this point, the demonic aura on Zhuowen's body became even more intense. The blood soul tree trembled under the pressure. It knew that if it did not hand over the heart core, the human in front of it would really kill it. 3. At the count of 3, the murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes was so intense that it became tangible. Roar! The moment Zhuowen said 3, the blood soul tree let out a shrill cry, and a crystal-clear blood-red hexahedron flew out. It flew in the other direction, heading towards a corridor on the left. Zhuowen did not expect the blood soul tree to suddenly throw out the heart core. He was not confident at all. Whoosh! The heart core of the blood soul tree. A figure rushed out from the corridor again. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he caught the heart core in his hand. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. This person was Yun Zhongyang, who had returned. Originally, he had returned to see who the person trapped in the blood soul tree was. What happened after that? Yun Zhongyang knew that other than him, there were only Palm Tree from the Myriad Sword Sect and Yuan Zhao from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty in the heavenly honorable Iron Man Cave. He had returned to see who it was between the two of them. He did not expect to obtain the heart core of the blood soul tree for nothing. Whoosh! Zhuowen came in front of Yun Zhongyang. His crimson eyes stared coldly at Yun Zhongyang and said, Return the heart core of the blood soul tree to me. Yun Zhongyang slowly raised his head and stared indifferently at Zhuowen. He unceremoniously put the heart core into his spirit ring and said indifferently, Who are you? This heart core of the blood soul tree fell into my hands of its own accord. How did it become yours? And you want me to return it to you? Although Yun Zhongyang said this, he frowned slightly in his heart. He had never seen this strange young man with crimson hair and crimson eyes before him. He was sure that this young man was not among the 30,000 people who had taken the test. Moreover, this young man with crimson hair had an extremely terrifying demonic aura. He was actually a rare demonic cultivator. However, Yun Zhongyang was sure that this demonic cultivator was not among the 30,000 people who had taken the test. But how did this demonic cultivator sneak into the heavenly honorable Iron Man cave? You're not giving it to me? Zhuowen said indifferently. The killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. It was as if it had materialized. What? You still want to snatch it? A mere middle stage, supreme being Ant dares to be arrogant in front of me? So what if you're a demonic cultivator? Your cultivation is much lower than mine. Yun Zhongyang's eyes were filled with arrogance, especially when he felt the intense killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes. Yun Zhongyang was a little angry. This fellow actually dared to show such intense killing intent to him. If the crimson-haired demonic cultivator in front of him was also a heavenly honorable, Yun Zhongyang might really be afraid. However, the former was only a middle-stage supreme being, so Yun Zhongyang did not really care. Die! Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He spat out a single word and immediately made his move. The crimson spear in his hand was held horizontally. Boundless blood energy gathered and transformed into a gigantic crimson spear shadow that was almost 1,000 feet long. It enveloped Yun Zhongyang below. Yun Zhongyang snorted coldly. He stretched out his right hand into the void and transformed it into a claw. He clawed fiercely. Instantly, a blue energy gushed out from his body. It was like a vast ocean that surrounded his body. Finally, it transformed into a gigantic blue whale. Blue whale submersion. The coldness in Yun Zhongyang's eyes intensified. The blue whale that was formed by the energy in front of him roared. It suddenly rose up and swept towards the falling crimson spear. Rumble! The crimson spear and the blue whale collided. Then, as if time had stopped, they stopped in midair. The crimson and blue energy radiance filled the entire stone hall. It was as if the surroundings had turned into a strange crimson world. Demonic sect. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He used a move from the demonic sect's secret technique that the demon Taoist had given him. Instantly, a terrifying demonic slaughter energy gushed out and transformed into a strange and powerful crimson demonic figure in front of Zhuowen. The gigantic demonic figure took a step forward and smashed its huge fist into the blue whale's body. Rumble! Chapter 973. Poseidon's halberd boom. The gigantic, blood-red demonic figure was unforgiving. It instantly reached the deep pit below and grabbed the struggling blue whale. Then, it pulled with both hands. With a tearing sound, the gigantic blue whale was torn into countless blue specks of light. Thump! 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 Yun Zhongyang took a few steps back. His face darkened as he looked at the torn blue whale. He was shocked. This demonic cultivator was so strong that the blue whale was destroyed, just like that, hand over the core. Floating in front of the blood-red figure, Zhuowen's scarlet eyes were still as cold and emotionless as before. A terrifying demonic Tao of slaughter spread out. Even Yun Zhongyang felt a trace of fear. Do you think you can defeat me just because you destroyed the blue whale's submerged sea? I will let you know the difference between a heavenly venerate and a sovereign. Yun Zhongyang snorted coldly and stomped his foot once more. The sea of blue energy around him surged forward like a long blue dragon, heading straight for Zhuowen. At the same time, Yun Zhongyang flicked his finger, and a blue trident appeared in his hand. The moment the trident appeared, the surging ocean seemed to become extremely excited and turbulent. It was as if the blue trident could control the surrounding ocean. You should be proud that you forced me to use the Poseidon's halberd as a mere sovereign. The arrogance in Yun Zhongyang's eyes became even more intense. He raised his chin high and stepped on the surface of the ocean like a sea god commanding the ocean. A royal tier spiritual treasure. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth were filled with a cold smile as he said, "Is it that great?" As he spoke, terrifying flames of the sun burst out from Zhuowen's body. The divine sun cauldron rose behind Zhuowen like a scorching sun and turned into a thick wall of fire in front of him, blocking the surging ocean. You also have a royal tier spiritual treasure. Looks like your background isn't ordinary, but so what? You're still not my match. Yun Zhongyang was startled at first, But soon his face was filled with arrogance. Although Zhuowen's battle strength wasn't bad, he was still a sovereign. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. Yun Zhongyang didn't think that Zhuowen would be his match. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the ocean and the sun's flames collided. The sky above the stone hall was half ocean and half was flames. It looked extremely strange. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He stomped his foot and instantly rushed towards Yun Zhongyang. Yun Zhongyang was an extremely conceited person. No matter how strong Zhuowen was, he didn't think that Zhuowen was his match. Since that was the case, Zhuowen wanted to ruthlessly strike a blow at Yun Zhongyang and let him know that the little bit of pride in his heart was actually very pitiful and laughable. Yun Zhongyang naturally saw Zhuowen, who had taken the initiative to rush over. The corners of his mouth were filled with a cold smile. Yun Zhongyang swung the trident in his hand. His entire body was surrounded by seawater as he similarly rushed towards Zhuowen. Bang! The blood spear and the trident instantly collided, creating clusters of sparks. The sound of metal clashing continuously rang out. A terrifying energy spread out, and the surrounding space seemed to collapse. Looks like you're quite strong. But that's not enough. Yun Zhongyang frowned slightly. Zhuowen's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. However, he didn't show it verbally and continued to act high and mighty. Zhuowen sneered again and again. How could he not have seen the change in Yun Zhongyang's expression just now? He exerted force with both hands, and the blood spear let out a buzzing sound. Then Zhuowen's spear suddenly changed, and it actually began to spin fiercely. It drilled through the gap between the trident and stabbed towards Yun Zhongyang's heart. Yun Zhongyang's pupils shrank. He stomped his feet and instantly retreated dozens of steps. Zhuowen's spear was too tricky. If he didn't retreat, he would be in danger. This little bit of strength of mine is not enough. Why are you retreating under my attacks? Zhuowen suddenly ridiculed. Yun Zhongyang's eyes darkened. He coldly snorted and said, I was just lucky. Now, let's see if you can still be as arrogant as before. Die. As he spoke, Yun Zhongyang once again pounced forward. The trident carried a dense aura of the sea and locked onto Zhuowen. I'm not playing with you anymore. Zhuowen suddenly said. Soon after, a terrifying aura of the demonic path of slaughter enveloped Zhuowen. In an instant, Zhuowen's aura was even more terrifying than before. It was as if Zhuowen had turned into a bloodthirsty Azura from hell. You're not playing with me anymore? The corner of Yun Zhongyang's mouth twitched. Zhuowen's words were really asking for a beating. Could it be that Zhuowen had been playing with him all this time? Boom! The terrifying demonic path of slaughter descended. Zhuowen's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His blood-red eyes became even more ferocious and bloodthirsty. Zhuowen took a step forward. Countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood seemed to appear under his feet. It was extremely terrifying. The demonic path of slaughter existed only for the sake of slaughter. In order to slaughter, one had to step on piles of bones. How did this guy's aura become so powerful? Yun Zhongyang's expression froze. Looking at the figure that had transformed into mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Emosha! The demonic aura of slaughter on Zhuowen's body became even more dense and profound. His blood-red eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty color. At this moment, the demonic aura on Zhuowen's body was surging, and his demonic aura was overflowing. Kill! Zhuowen roared. With a wave of his right hand, the blood-red spear in his hand split into two into three. A total of 10 blood-red spears appeared and circled around Zhuowen's body. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen closed in on Yun Zhongyang. The 10 blood-red spears in his hand swept out and descended from the sky, piercing towards Yun Zhongyang below. Yun Zhongyang's face turned ugly. At this moment, the aura that Zhuowen was emitting made him feel a little apprehensive. However, he was no ordinary person. He took out the Poseidon's trident, formed a seal with both hands, and shouted, "Poseidon's sacrifice!" Countless seas went crazy, rolling, and terrifying waves roared. Then, an endless amount of blue energy gathered in the Neptune trident and turned into a huge blue shadow. With the Poseidon's trident as its bones and the surrounding seas as its flesh and blood, the huge blue figure's aura was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen held the blood-red spear in his hand. With a swing of his arm, the 9 blood-red spears around him transformed into huge spears that were hundreds of feet long. They slashed down from the sky. The huge blue figure roared angrily. Not to be outdone, it blasted its arms towards the sky, bringing with it countless tsunamis. Puchi! However, the result of the collision between the two caused Yun Zhongyang's pupils to shrink slightly. The arms of the huge blue figure were actually smashed into smithereens, while its enormous body crumbled inch by inch under the might of the 9 blood spears. Whoosh! The vast sea roiled as the 9 blood-red spears swept out. The huge sea actually parted to form a wide passage. Following this passage, Zhuowen took a step forward and instantly arrived at Yun Zhongyang on the other side of the sea. How did this guy break through? Yun Zhongyang's face was pale. Looking at the incoming Zhuowen, he gritted his teeth and took out the Poseidon's trident with his right hand. He held it horizontally in front of him in an attempt to block the blood-red spears descending from the sky. Boom! The 9 blood-red spears descended one after another, each more terrifying than the last. They pressed down on the Poseidon's trident, as if 9 mountains were crushing down. Yun Zhongyang only felt that the pressure on his hands was extremely heavy. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and bright red blood flowed out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and involuntarily knelt on the ground. "Ah, you damned bastard!" Yun Zhongyang roared at the sky. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been in such a sorry state. He was even forced to kneel by his opponent's brute force. This was a great humiliation, and Yun Zhongyang, absolutely could not tolerate it. "Rise!" Yun Zhongyang roared. Like the Poseidon's trident, his originally kneeling knees slowly straightened as if he wanted to separate all 9 blood-red spears from the Poseidon's trident. Can you get up?" A cold voice came from above the 9 blood-red spears. Then Yun Zhongyang saw the red-haired and red-eyed Zhuowen slowly arrive above the 9th blood-red spear and coldly looked down on him. "Rise!" Yun Zhongyang was unwilling to give up. The blue energy on his body became extremely dense. The 9 blood-red spears, which were originally motionless, actually began to tremble. Yun Zhongyang's aura exploded to the extreme, and he actually managed to stand up. "Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, I still have a blood-red spear in my hand," Zhuowen said indifferently. The blood-red spear in his hand fiercely smashed down on the 9th blood-red spear. Boom! An earth-shattering force came crashing down. Then, a ring-shaped shockwave spread out in all directions. With a plop, Yun Zhongyang, who was about to stand up, was forced back to his knees by this brute force. His knees smashed into the ground, creating 2 depressions. Whoosh! Zhuowen slowly walked down from the 10th blood-red spear and arrived in front of the kneeling Yun Zhongyang. He said indifferently, "Hand over the core and I'll spare your life." "Who the hell are you?" Yun Zhongyang's eyes were filled with fear. The demonic youth in front of him was too terrifying. Even though he had used the Poseidon's sacrifice, he was still suppressed so miserably. He knew that he was no match for this kid. Who I am is not important. What's important is whether or not you'll hand over the core. Even if you don't hand it over, I'll still be able to obtain it by killing you, Zhuowen said indifferently. However, Yun Zhongyang felt a chill in his heart. He knew very well that demonic cultivators had always done whatever they wanted. They were unscrupulous and would kill anyone who stood in their way. Under Zhuowen's sharp gaze, Yun Zhongyang lowered his head and said, "Then take away the 10 blood-red spears on me first. That way, I won't be able to obtain the core." Nodding, Zhuowen did not doubt him. With a wave of his right hand, the 10 blood-red spears turned back into a single blood-red spear. He held it in his hand and said indifferently, "Hand it over." Yun Zhongyang glanced at Zhuowen with fear. With a flick of his finger, he took out a crystal from his spiritual ring and threw it at Zhuowen. Zhuowen reached out with his right hand and immediately grabbed the crystal. The moment his gaze landed on the crystal, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. It was because the crystal was not the core of the blood soul tree, but a strange crystal that was dark red in color. Not good. This is a blood explosion crystal. Kid, throw it away, Xiaohe hurriedly reminded him in his mind. Chapter 974. Blood Explosion Crystal Rumble. A terrifying explosion resounded as the blood explosion crystal released a terrifying ball of blood-red light that enveloped Zhuowen. Yun Zhongyang stomped his foot and hurriedly retreated nearly 100 steps. His gaze was focused on the ball of blood-red light in front of him, and his expression was one of satisfaction. When Zhuowen had asked him for the core, he had already planned to give the blood explosion crystal away. He had obtained the blood explosion crystal by chance, and it contained a terrifying amount of violent energy. When this violent energy erupted, it was extremely terrifying. Even if it was an early-stage, heavenly venerable martial artist, if caught off guard and enveloped by this explosive energy, their fate would not be any better. Hee, you deserve to die. You want the core? You're really courting death. Yun Zhongyang's lips curled up as he spoke coldly. Boom. Suddenly, Yun Zhongyang noticed that the ball of light in front of him had started to shrink, as if it was being sucked in by something. Yun Zhongyang's pupils shrank to the size of needles. What's going on? Yun Zhongyang frowned slightly as he muttered in a strange tone. Thump, 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 thump. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly came out of the ball of light. Yun Zhongyang's expression froze as a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. When he looked over, he saw that the ball of light in front of him had completely shrunk to the size of a palm. Then, the blood-red-haired and red-eyed Zhuowen slowly walked out. On his right cheek, a strange demonic tattoo constantly flickered with a pitch-black light. The explosive energy of the blood explosion crystal had been absorbed by the demonic tattoo on Zhuowen's right cheek. As for Zhuowen, he walked out unscathed. A pair of bloodthirsty eyes stared coldly at Yun Zhongyang, causing the latter to involuntarily shiver. Cold. Zhuowen's gaze was too cold. It was so cold that Yun Zhongyang could not help but shiver. Yun Zhongyang, you're very good. I originally said that I would spare your life, but you forced me to kill you. Zhuowen's voice was extremely cold. He was furious that he had been tricked by Zhuowen. The blood explosion crystal's energy was extremely violent. If Zhuowen had been hit by it, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. Fortunately, the magic tattoo hidden on his right cheek suddenly released an extremely powerful suction force, absorbing all of the blood explosion crystal's violent energy. This was a demonic pattern extracted from a demonic weapon. Its demonic power was terrifying. However, with Zhuowen's current cultivation and realm, he was still unable to tap into the power of this demonic pattern. He could only wait passively for it to be triggered. This made Zhuowen a little depressed. However, he also knew that this demonic pattern was definitely not ordinary, so he did not pursue the matter. He knew that as his cultivation increased, the power of this demonic pattern would definitely be unearthed and utilized by him, but now was not the time. How is that possible? The blood explosion crystal's energy has been absorbed. Yun Zhongyang slowly took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the devil tattoo on Zhuowen's right cheek that was constantly flickering with black light. Run! Yun Zhongyang let out a shrill cry as he took a step forward and fled into the passageway behind him. The demonic youth before him was simply too terrifying. He was clearly only a supreme being, yet the battle prowess he displayed was so terrifying. Even the violent energy of the blood explosion crystal couldn't do anything to this young man. Yun Zhongyang didn't have any confidence in facing this young man. The Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown prince, Yun Zhongyang, who had always been arrogant and unruly, was finally afraid. The demonic young man in front of him was so powerful that he couldn't breathe. "Want to run? Do you think that's possible?" Zhuowen sneered. With a stomp of his foot, a violent, bloody aura erupted. He shot forward like a bullet, arriving above Yun Zhongyang in an instant. With a push of his right hand, a terrifying demonic power of massacre surged out, slamming heavily into Yun Zhongyang's back. Puchi! Yun Zhongyang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow. Under the force of this palm strike, he was sent crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. Whoosh! Zhuowen stomped on Yun Zhongyang's chest, causing him to fall back into the crater. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. "You dare to kill me?" Yun Zhongyang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You think I don't dare? I originally planned to spare your life, but you didn't seize the opportunity. So you don't have any more chances now." Zhuowen said indifferently. He stretched out his right hand, and the blood spear appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he stabbed it towards Yun Zhongyang's forehead. This attack was meant to kill Yun Zhongyang once and for all. Yun Zhongyang could also sense the dense killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes. He knew that the young man before him truly intended to kill him. With a fierce howl, he took out a jade tablet from his bosom and unceremoniously crushed it. Soon after, a terrifying aura enveloped Yun Zhongyang's body. Yun Zhongyang's speed soared to the extreme, and he actually escaped from Zhuowen's control. "You're so fast, but no matter how fast you are, you still have to stay here." Zhuowen's gaze changed slightly. With a stomp of his foot, he chased after the fleeing Yun Zhongyang. "You're haunting me." Yun Zhongyang's eyes were dark. Another jade tablet appeared in his hand, and he crushed it again. His speed was actually several times faster than before. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the corridor. Zhuowen's expression was ugly. He said coldly, "Do you think you can escape like this?" As he spoke, a jade leaf appeared in his hand. It was the Wind Control 9 Autumns that he had robbed from Qing Shuzi. This Wind Control 9 Autumns could teleport Zhuowen to any location within 1,000 miles. After crushing the Wind Control 9 Autumns, Zhuowen's figure instantly disappeared from the stone hall. Whoosh! In the dark corridor, a figure flashed past like a ghost. It was Yun Zhongyang, who had escaped from the stone hall. At this moment, Yun Zhongyang's face was as pale as snow. He looked extremely weak, but his eyes were filled with hatred. "I, Yun Zhongyang, have never been in such a sorry state. That bastard actually forced me into this state. It's too hateful. After this assessment, I will definitely not let that bastard go." Yun Zhongyang gritted his teeth and said, at this moment, in the stone hall, only he and the demonic youth knew about this. If he was defeated by the demonic youth in front of everyone, Yun Zhongyang would be too ashamed to show his face. Fortunately, I obtained the heart of the blood soul tree this time. This thing is quite beneficial to me. As he spoke, Yun Zhongyang took out a blood-red hexahedral crystal core from his spiritual ring. The hatred in his eyes slowly faded and was replaced by a trace of excitement, as expected of the heart of the blood soul tree. What a rich life force. This thing is a sacred healing medicine. As he spoke, Yun Zhongyang took a deep breath. He immediately felt refreshed, and the gloominess in his heart disappeared. Then he pinched the heart of the heart with his right hand and began to absorb the life force within it to heal his injuries. Puchi, a blood-red spear, suddenly descended from the sky and pierced through Yun Zhongyang's right hand that was holding the heart of the blood soul tree. Then blood splattered, and the heart of the blood soul tree soared into the sky. "Ah!" Yun Zhongyang suddenly screamed. He covered the wound on his right arm and retreated. His gaze was fixed on the broken arm that was pinned to the ground by the blood-red spear. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was all too familiar with this blood-red spear. It was the weapon of the demonic youth. However, he was even more puzzled about how the demonic youth had caught up with him. The jade pendant that he had crushed contained the law of wind, which greatly increased his speed. If he had crushed the jade pendant, even a peak heavenly venerable warrior would not have been able to catch up with him. However, not only had the demonic youth caught up with him, but he had also secretly broken his arm. Whoosh! A figure covered in a bloody aura slowly walked to the front of the blood spear and pulled it out with his right hand. Under Yun Zhongyang's gloomy gaze, he slowly removed the heart core in the severed arm's hand and the spirit ring on his finger. After doing all that, Zhuowen turned his head and stared at Yun Zhongyang, who was not far away. He said indifferently, "Next, it won't be as simple as just breaking an arm." Boom! After saying that, Zhuowen stomped the ground. A terrifying, murderous, demonic aura surged out and shot out like a cannonball. It was so fast that it was dazzling. Yun Zhongyang roared and actually took out a jade pendant from his chest. He crushed it without hesitation. His entire body was enveloped by the law of wind. With the sound of something breaking through the air, Yun Zhongyang turned into a gentle breeze and instantly disappeared from the passageway. Boom! Zhuowen's fist missed and slammed into the stone wall beside the passageway. A powerful force spread out, and the entire passageway shook violently. He actually has a jade pendant. The jade pendant on Yun Zhongyang's body contains a trace of the law of wind. Once it is crushed, Yun Zhongyang can temporarily borrow the power of the law of wind to increase his speed to the extreme. Even I would have a hard time catching up to him. Zhuowen muttered softly and did not chase after Yun Zhongyang. Although he could catch up to Yun Zhongyang if he used another Wind of 9 Autumns, Zhuowen only had 4 Wind of 9 Autumns. After using one earlier, he only had 3 left. The Wind of 9 Autumns was a useful tool for escaping. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Zhuowen would not use it casually. Now that he had already snatched the heart of the blood soul tree and Yun Zhongyang's spiritual ring, Zhuowen naturally would not waste the Wind of 9 Autumns to chase after Yun Zhongyang. Sizzle! Sizzle! Holding the heart of the blood soul tree and feeling the powerful vitality in his palm, Zhuowen could not help but reveal a relaxed and happy expression. The vitality in the heart of the blood soul tree was indeed very powerful. Kid, don't absorb the vitality in the heart of the blood soul tree first. This is not how you should use it. a black light came out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and turned into the appearance of Xiao He. Xiao He came to the side of the heart of the blood soul tree and hooked her right hand. Immediately, a surge of soul power gushed out from the heart of the blood soul tree and entered Xiao He's body. Zhuowen knew that this should be the soul power contained in the heart of the blood soul tree. This soul power had undeniable benefits for Xiao He. Therefore, Zhuowen did not disturb Xiao He and only watched silently. Chapter 9:75. Chung Dong's anger at this moment. Xiao He's figure was a lot more solid than before. As Xiao He had expended too much of her origin after the battle with the Qing Emperor, she had always been very weak. However, the soul power in the core of the blood soul tree was very strong. After Xiao He finished absorbing it, her spiritual body recovered a lot. Her aura was also a lot more solid. Xiao He, you told me not to absorb the core of the blood soul tree first. Is there another use for this core? After Xiao He finished absorbing it, Zhuowen frowned and asked. Xiao He was very satisfied at this moment. She nodded and said, Of course, this core should be the heart of the blood soul tree. It's the most important part. If you absorb the life force in it using normal methods, it'll be a waste. Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't say anything. Instead, he looked calmly at Xiao He and waited for her to continue. He knew that Xiao He hadn't said the main point, so he didn't interrupt. Placing this thing in your heart is the best way. The life force it contains can be completely absorbed into your heart. Furthermore, it can perfectly fuse with the Hades King's heart, greatly increasing his recovery ability. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. Xiao He was really daring. She actually wanted to place the core in his heart. Didn't that mean she had to open his heart? Is this method safe? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Xiao He nodded and said, Don't worry. You don't trust my words. This core has a lot of life force. It's very beneficial to the heart of the Hades King. Do you want to do this? All right then. I'll give it a try. Zhuowen nodded and agreed. He stood where he was as Xiao He said. Xiao He came to Zhuowen's chest. She swiped her claws, and a sharp black aura swept past. Immediately, the skin on Zhuowen's chest was cut. After that, a black aura enveloped the core. Whoosh! Under Xiao He's control, the heart core, which was wrapped in black gas, slowly moved towards Zhuowen's heart and finally entered it. Puchi! Zhuowen felt a sharp pain in his chest as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the pain only lasted for a moment before Zhuowen felt an exuberant vitality permeating his entire chest. Moreover, this vitality followed the pulse of his heart and spread to Zhuowen's limbs and bones. Zhuowen felt his whole body become refreshed, and he could not help but shout to the sky. What a powerful life force! It seems that the effect of placing the core in the heart is much better than directly absorbing it, Zhuowen said excitedly. That's natural. The heart core is placed in your heart. If you need life force, you can immediately extract it from your heart. Even if the life force within it dissipates, it will still permeate your body and not waste any of it, Xiao He said in a somewhat disdainful tone. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He was right. Moreover, he also discovered that the heart core contained an extremely powerful energy. This energy was extremely rich, and it almost spread throughout his entire body. What a powerful energy! It just so happens that I can use this energy to break through to the late stage of the Supreme Being stage. Zhuowen was initially stunned. Soon after, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He hurriedly sat down on the ground and began to diligently refine this surging energy. He channeled it into his dantian and strengthened the yuan power in his dantian. Time slowly passed. For half a day, Zhuowen basically sat in the passageway, and refine the energy of the heart core. Soon after, an extremely powerful aura burst out from Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen also slowly opened his eyes. A bright light flickered in them. The energy of the Blood Soul Tree's heart core was truly surging. It had actually pushed his cultivation to the late stage of the Supreme Being stage in an instant. After advancing, Zhuowen's strength was several times stronger than before. If he were to encounter Yun Zhongyang again, he would be able to suppress him without having to enter the devil state. Of course, Yun Zhongyang also had many trump cards on him. If he did not enter the devil state, although he could suppress Yun Zhongyang, it would not be that easy to defeat him. Let's continue forward. Although there are countless branches in this Iron Man cave, they should all lead to the same exit. Being able to obtain the Blood Soul Tree's heart core is already a great harvest for you. Xiao He said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. The harvest this time was not bad. The Blood Soul Tree's heart core was really good. Not only did it give him a powerful vitality, but it also contained a powerful energy. It had actually advanced his cultivation from the middle stage of the Supreme Being stage to the late stage of the Supreme Being stage. This Yun Zhongyang's wealth is not bad. There are actually more than 3 million high-grade spiritual stones in there. That's really terrifying. Zhuowen gently rubbed the spiritual ring in his hand as he spoke indifferently. This spiritual ring was naturally Zhuowen's spiritual ring. After obtaining the spiritual ring, Zhuowen had asked Xiao He to erase the soul imprint on the surface of the spiritual ring. Naturally, the contents of the spiritual ring were revealed to him. Yun Zhongyang was indeed the crown prince of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. The spiritual ring was indeed very rich. Not only did it contain 3 million high-grade spiritual stones, but it also contained many precious spiritual treasures. However, Zhuowen was disappointed that Yun Zhongyang's sea god's trident was not in the spiritual ring. Obviously, the sea god's trident should be on Yun Zhongyang's body, and not in the spiritual ring. What a pity! If the sea god's trident was also in the spiritual ring, it would be perfect. Zhuowen muttered to himself in disappointment, causing Xiao He to roll her eyes. This brat seemed to be even more greedy than her, the Dragon Lord. After tidying up the items in Yun Zhongyang's spiritual ring, Zhuowen took a step forward and continued along the corridor. Just as Xiao He had guessed, they should be able to reach the exit of the Iron Man cave at the end of the corridor. The exit of the Iron Man cave was located in a valley. At this moment, there were 8 figures standing quietly in the valley. 4 of them were the 4 old men who presided over the Iron Man cave, while the other 3 were in charge of the first stage of the test, Chengdong, Hujia, and Qiji. However, the 7 of them were standing respectfully behind the 8th figure, their faces filled with reverence and respect. This was an old man with a benevolent countenance. He wore a loose robe, and his forehead was very high like a peach. His large ears hung down on his shoulders like palm leaf fans. His aura was overwhelming like an emperor or an emperor. This old man was definitely an emperor, and not an ordinary one at that. I never thought that the principal would actually come out as well. Isn't this a bit too much of a fuss? The tall and skinny old man looked respectfully at the imposing figure in front of him and frowned. Generally speaking, the principal of the outer court rarely took care of matters, and it was even more impossible for the principal to attend such a small matter as recruitment. But now, not only was the principal paying attention to this recruitment, he was even prepared to personally preside over the 3rd stage of the test. Chengdong, Qiji, and Hujia also stared at the back of the principal in front of them in shock. When they arrived at the valley just now, the principal was already standing in the valley as if he was waiting for the 2nd stage of the test to end. What surprised them even more was that the principal told them that he would personally preside over the third stage of the test. This was heavy news, and to them, it could be said that they were not surprised, but even more so, they were puzzled. The principal had not cared about the affairs of the academy for a long time. Now that he suddenly appeared and even planned to preside over the third stage of the recruitment test, it was indeed a bit strange. Could it be that there is a genius among the new students that is worthy of the principal's attention? Hu Jia suddenly asked in confusion. Qiji nodded and said, "It's possible. The Yaoguang sacred dynasty's Yuan Zhao's talent is the most terrifying and strongest among the new students in the past few years. Perhaps the principal came for this Yuan Zhao." That Yuan Zhao was not a new student that she was in charge of, so no matter how strong his talent was, it had nothing to do with her. However, Yuan Zhao's talent was indeed very strong, and Hu Jia had to admit this. In the past, there were also some peerless monsters that were not inferior to Yuan Zhao in the slightest. Why didn't the principal appear? Why did he personally come out to preside over it this time? Hu Jia suddenly said in displeasure. The corner of Qi Ji's mouth raised slightly as he said proudly, "Yuan Zhao has always been very low-key. Do you really think that Yuan Zhao is only at the middle stage of the Sky Sovereign realm? What if he didn't reveal all of his strength?" Looking at Qi Ji's arrogant appearance, Hu Jia was a little displeased. Wasn't this guy just a little lucky this time that there were 2 Empyrean realm monsters in the group that he was in charge of to actually show such a proud expression? Hu Jia was extremely displeased. "Chengdong, you think so too?" Hu Jia turned his head and asked Chengdong, who had been silent the entire time. Chengdong was startled, then laughed bitterly. "Actually, I'm not sure either, but what Hu Jia said is right. There were a few peerless monsters whose talent was not inferior to Yuan Zhao in the previous few batches, but the principal never came out, but this time he did. It is indeed a little strange." For some reason, Chengdong couldn't help but think of Zhuowin's figure. That guy was the first new student to pass through the Empyrean Iron Man cave as a sovereign. Could it be that the principal's arrival was not because of Yuan Zhao, but because of that Zhuowin? Chengdong, could it be that you mean that in this batch of new students, there are geniuses even more monstrous than Yuan Zhao? Or is it because you're unresigned that you said that? Qi Ji stared at Chengdong and suddenly teased. Chengdong's gaze darkened as he said coldly, "Qi Ji, what do you mean by that?" Qi Ji shrugged his shoulders and said, "Nothing. I just feel that the quality of the people you're in charge of is so poor, so you don't want to admit Yuan Zhao's talent, or perhaps you're a little jealous of the people I'm in charge of. Qi Ji, you think too highly of yourself. I really don't care about your batch of people. Perhaps the new king this time might not be able to land in the batch you're in charge of," Chengdong said with a cold gaze. With Qi Ji saying it like this, how could Chengdong not hear the sarcasm in the former's words? "Oh, Chengdong, you said that the new king this time isn't in my batch. Could it be in your batch? You have to know, your batch doesn't even have an Empyrean martial artist. Do you think that it's possible? Or is it that you're saying it in a fit of anger because you can't bear to lose face?" Qi Ji said with a cold smile.